Chapter 362. Marriage Alliance. Why would I be afraid of him? What happened just now? Hung Tianxing's mood was worse than anyone else. He couldn't understand why he was afraid, and it must be an illusion. After all, if Lin Ling was really that powerful, why couldn't anyone else in the Grand Hall sense it? Furthermore, he didn't sense any spirit energy fluctuation from Lin Ling either. Hence it must be an illusion. 100 Generals Battle. I will be waiting for you, Lin Ling. After comforting himself, Hung Tianxing looked at the direction of the door with cold eyes. He is so formidable and looks so confident just now. Is he Lin Ling? Sixth Princess Qinyu was still sitting on the jade bed, but her mind was already occupied by that handsome figure. When she thought of that youth's name, her eyes lit up. Lin Ling, the current most outstanding prodigy. Furthermore, he had outstanding looks, fame, fortune, strength, and looks. He was the target of all the young ladies in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Qinyu smiled and looked at the Empress Dowager. She decided to tell the Empress Dowager about her idea and ask her to bestow a marriage. Perhaps in her heart, she was a prodigy, and in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, only Lin Ling was worthy of her. Hence she wanted to obtain Lin Ling. Of course, this desire was partly because she liked him, but it was mostly due to her vanity. After everyone left, Qinyu told the Empress Dowager about her idea. This suggestion caused the Empress Dowager's eyes to flicker slightly. After pondering for a moment, she felt that it was a rather good suggestion. Lin Ling was currently the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was only 18 years old, had an arrogant aura, and was in his prime. Such a prodigy was indeed worthy of her daughter. Most importantly, if the marriage was successful, Lin Ling would be hers. Hence, this marriage was beneficial to her. All right, I will announce it to the world 3 days later. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded. Empress Dowager dotes on Qinyu the most. I am the 6th princess's son-in-law, and I must be the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. No one else is worthy of me. Qinyu let out a delighted smile, which was filled with pride and willfulness. It was a pity that both of them had their own wishful thinking. They didn't expect that Lin Ling wouldn't even agree. If other youths could marry a princess, it would be an honor and pride. But to Lin Ling, be it the Empress Dowager or the princess, they were nothing. Lin Ling, He Yenshan, and the other 3 stopped not far from the palace gates. They were all in a good mood. He Yenshan looked at Lin Ling and said gratefully, Lin Ling, thank you for earlier. Hearing those words, He Yenshan smiled awkwardly. Old He, you're so annoying. The little teacher helped you because he's your disciple. You keep thanking him all day long. Even I'm sick of it. Am I right, little teacher? Feng Moshui looked at He Yenshan with dissatisfaction, then looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile. He was actually very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, he had competed with He Yenshan for many years. Who knew that when he was old, He Yenshan only accepted one disciple, but he lost so badly that he couldn't show his face. None of his useless disciples in the Imperial Medical Hall could be compared to Lin Ling. Master Feng called Lin Ling little teacher? Yuman Yun and In Yuer couldn't help but laugh. Their relationship was too messy. Yun looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, Lin Ling, although you may find it annoying, I still have to say it. Thank you for saving my sister, the 6th princess. Lin Ling patted his forehead. He received a lot of thanks today. He couldn't help but laugh. You helped me a lot back then. Today I am just returning some favors. Moreover, I didn't lose out. After all, I went for the Worldly Ice Force. The Worldly Ice Force. No wonder you could devour it earlier. Oh right, little teacher, are you still looking for the Worldly Ice Force? Feng Moshui was stunned for a moment. Then he asked curiously. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. Feng Moshui pondered. Although he didn't know why Lin Ling was looking for the Worldly Ice Force, he had the impression that the old man also had the Worldly Ice Force. Then he said what he was thinking. Ghost Marshal? Hearing Feng Moshui's words, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I forget about that terrifying old man? He Yenshan suddenly realized and explained. There were 3 pillars in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. First He Yenshan. Second He Lao. Third Ghost Marshal. This Ghost Marshal was also one of the founding elders of the kingdom. He was an expert that wasn't inferior to the four kings. In terms of influence, this ghost marshal was even more terrifying because he was the marshal of the million-strong army in the North Ice Sea. However, this hidden expert had a strange personality and didn't like crowds. Therefore, after King Yunhai disappeared, he had been living in seclusion. He had a treasure on him, the 10,000 ghost flag. This treasure had the worldly ice force. He Yinshan said slowly. If Feng Mo's Hui didn't suddenly mention it, he would have almost forgotten about this terrifying old man. Ghost Marshal? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Right now, his top priority was to open the 8 gates. He was only 2 gates away from the 8 gates. As long as he could open them successfully, he would be able to step into the heaven spirit realm and possess the demonic fire. Furthermore, the 100 Generals battle was getting closer. With his current strength, it was obvious that he couldn't sweep everything. Then where is the Ghost Marshal? Lin Ling asked expectantly. The North Ice region of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Demon Ghost City. He Yinshan and Feng Moshui looked at each other and said at the same time. That place had quite a reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a real ghost city. There was no one within 1,000 miles and it was extremely eerie. If you want to go, I have a token here. Maybe he'll meet you, but it's hard to say if he'll lend you the 10,000 ghost flag. That old bastard's temperament is the most eccentric. He Yinshan said again and gave the token to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. After a short conversation, he decided to set off immediately. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals battle is about to begin. If you lose, they will use it as a pretext to make a fuss. You must be careful. He Yinshan said worriedly. Lin Ling looked at the sky indifferently. There were rolling dark clouds, and it seemed like a clear sky was about to appear. Don't worry. I will never lose the 100 Generals battle. Yes. At the same time, after Lin Ling left the Cloud Sea City, many people from the major factions noticed. For a moment, their eyes revealed a cold glint. In the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling had the 3 kings, He Yinshan, the second prince, and other experts. Therefore, no one dared to touch Lin Ling rashly. They were afraid that a slight move would affect the whole situation. However, once Lin Ling left the Cloud Sea City, then Lin Ling's advantage would no longer exist. Subsequently, 3 days after Lin Ling left, a sensational news was spread. Lin Ling and the 6th princess were getting married. This news was announced by the Empress Dowager, and it shocked the entire Cloud Sea City. Chapter 363. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios searching for the Ghost Marshal at this moment. Lin Ling didn't know about all this and was heading towards Demon Ghost City. Swish. Heaven Realm Wings. The blue and white wings allowed Lin Ling to fly across the sky like a fiery god. With such a flying martial art, the time Lin Ling took to travel from Cloud Sea City to Demon Ghost City was shortened by half. Sunset Village was the only town on the way to the North Ice. It was also the only inhabited place near Demon Ghost City. In a restaurant, guests came like clouds and it was packed to the brim. Have you heard? The new generation's prodigy, Lin Ling. Not long ago, he suppressed the crown prince until he couldn't speak. This Lin Ling is so terrifying. I heard that he is only 18 years old, but he is the only one in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who dares to go against the crown prince. 18 years old. TSK. I really don't know how he cultivates. The inn was bustling with noise and discussion. However, everyone's eyes were subconsciously looking at the mysterious man who just walked in. That man was wearing a large cloak that covered his face. He walked into the inn and glanced around indifferently. He then chose a quiet table by the window and walked over. That man gave off a very mysterious feeling. Of course, the martial artists in the inn just took a few more glances and didn't take it to heart. There were many martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. There were all kinds of martial artists, hence it wasn't strange at all. Wait, my leg is a little inconvenient. Let me take this table. Just as the cloaked man was about to sit down, a middle-aged man looked at him and smiled. He seemed to think that this table was by the window and had a better view. Hence he wanted to occupy this table. His words were obviously rude. After all, the cloaked man was the first to sit at this table. The cloaked man frowned slightly. However, when he saw that the middle-aged man's leg was indeed injured, he couldn't be bothered with his rudeness. He stood up and walked over to the corner. This man is so easy to bully. However, the sword on his back is so huge. Even the cloak can't hide it. The middle-aged man smiled delightedly and sat down. He called for some food and wine and started eating contentedly. The cloaked man sat in front of a table in the corner. Under the cloak, the pupils on his delicate face kept flashing. He was Lin Ling. He was travel-worn and was about to reach Demon Ghost City. However, before that, he wanted to find out some information in this inn. After all, how was he supposed to find the ghost marshal? This gave him a headache. His soul force quietly spread out and he could clearly sense the people in the restaurant. Suddenly Lin Ling's eyes lit up. In another corner, a mysterious old man was drinking tea. Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful, and he could vaguely feel that the old man was emitting a mysterious aura. This aura was similar to the aura of the Middle Ancient clan of the 8 great ancient clans. Lin Ling for his god. Atlas Studios Atlas. Lin 1000 Atlas Studios Atlas. 1000 Atlases Lin Atlas Studios Atlas. Atlas Studios Atlas Studios Atlas Atlas. Everyone here must be interrogated. The orders from above are to search for wanted criminals. If anyone breaks the law, kill them without mercy. Suddenly, a large number of figures walked into the inn and surrounded all the cultivators here. An old man in armor gazed coldly at them while he withdrew a painting. He's a wanted criminal. Capture him alive and report him to the authorities will be rewarded. Everyone gazed at the painting, and their eyes instantly narrowed. It was a handsome young man in the painting. He was tall and slender, had handsome features, and the most striking feature was the huge sword on his back. He seems to be Lin Ling. Some of the cultivators in the inn were from Ocean of Cloud City, so they had some impression of him. His words caused all the cultivators in the inn to gasp. The wanted criminal is actually Lin Ling? The old man's face instantly turned cold. Yes, Lin Ling has committed the crime of deceiving the emperor and looking down on the imperial authority. Ocean of Cloud City has issued a warrant for his arrest. We've come in the name of Ocean King Wang to surround and kill him. That doesn't seem to be the case. All of them were slightly shocked. Lin Ling is a wanted criminal? Perhaps that wasn't the case at all, and it was just an excuse that Wang Haiwang had used Lin Ling's departure from the city to annihilate Lin Ling. There's no need for all of you to worry about such matters. All you have to know is that you'll be rewarded. Everyone stand up. The old man shouted once more. However, their thoughts weren't wrong. Ocean King Wang had used Lin Ling's departure to kill Lin Ling, and that was why he'd sent experts to surround and capture Lin Ling. As for what he said to the outside world, he naturally slandered Lin Ling as a wanted criminal. Wait, he's carrying a huge sword. I've seen him. Right at this moment, an anxious voice resounded, and then a limping middle-aged man walked over with joy. You've seen him? Where? The old man's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Over there. He gave his seat to me just now, and I saw an enormous black sword beneath his cloak. The limping middle-aged man spoke with extreme excitement, and he seemed as if he'd obtained a reward. Yifeng is really shameless. That cloaked figure took pity on him and gave his seat to him, but in the blink of an eye, he betrayed the cloaked figure. But the cloaked figure is Lin Ling. I heard Lin Ling is a true genius. I actually have the fortune to meet him today. Everyone in the restaurant was slightly excited, and they gazed at the cloaked figure at the corner. On the other hand, the cloaked figure was still drinking and disregarding the gazes from the surroundings. Lin Ling, Ocean King Wang knows that you've left the city. Haha, without the protection of the third kings, you'll definitely die today. The old man roared with excitement and walked over with large strides. You don't have to hide. I know you're very formidable. Unfortunately, you're only at the peak of the earthly spirit realm in the end, whereas I'm the #1 general under Ocean King Wang, and my strength has already attained the heavenly spirit realm. As soon as these words were spoken, a surging aura accompanied them, and the entire restaurant shook, causing everyone to gasp. A general in the heavenly spirit realm had come as well. Lin Ling was most likely doomed. With this thought in mind, numerous gazes were still looking at the corner where the cloaked figure was still drinking quietly. However, a moment later, a slightly pale hand stretched out from the wide cloak, and a wisp of blue and white flames danced on the palm. It looks like Ocean King Wang is the first to make a move against me. It looks like it's time for him to give up his position as one of the 4 kings. Ice cold. Under everyone's gazes, the cloaked figure gently lifted the cloak to reveal the delicate face of a youth. Lin Ling. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. It was the first time they'd seen a legendary figure, and this legendary figure was even younger than they'd imagined. Moreover, he'd said that the position of one of the 4 kings was to be given up. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to change the situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom again and decide Ocean King Wang's fate? Haha, if you were an Ocean of Clouds city, then I, Lone Eagle, would believe your words. You also possess such enormous strength and influence, but you seem to have no right to speak outside of the city. The armored old man shook his head in disdain, as if he'd already obliterated Lin Ling and obtained endless glory. Capture him. Capture. Then the armored elder let out a roar. Kill. Kill. A large number of experts walked out from behind him. Upon closer inspection, they were actually all at the peak of the earthly spirit realm. Chapter 364. The might of the saber of Nirvana, my lord. Hurry and capture him. I'll be rewarded after we capture him. The crippled middle-aged man also smiled excitedly, but his words were met with even more disdain. Lin Ling, a prodigy of a generation, had never used his power to bully others. He'd given up his position when he saw that the crippled middle-aged man's leg was inconvenient. However, the crippled middle-aged man was not only ungrateful, but had betrayed Lin Ling and urged other experts to kill Lin Ling for the sake of the reward. This temperament was too despicable. Didn't Wang Haiwang tell you that I've killed Yin Jinzi of the Sky Spirit Realm? At this moment, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. A wisp of blue and white flames leapt out from his palm and blossomed like fireworks, turning into countless small flames that landed on those who were pouncing over. Ah! Ah! Painful cries rang out as the experts who'd attempted to kill Lin Ling were all burned to death. One move. Dozens of experts at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm had been reduced to ashes. Everyone else in the restaurant was unscathed, which spoke volumes of Lin Ling's terrifying ability to control fire. So powerful. Ah! The crowd all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they'd seen the #1 genius of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom in action. No one in the Earth Spirit Realm can stop you. You have some ability. It looks like I need to make a move. Ah! The armored elder wasn't afraid at all and laughed coldly. I know you've killed Yin Junzi, but it's a pity that Yin Junzi's death was due to carelessness. Yin Junzi isn't the only peak expert in the initial stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. If it wasn't for me being too old and unable to participate in the 100 Generals battle, I would have already stepped into the circle of geniuses. Ah! Rumble! Circles of yellow ripples exploded from his body, as the aura of his Heaven Spirit Essence pill erupted. It was actually yellow. One had to know that the Heaven Spirit Essence pill was divided into 7 grades. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue and purple. It was related to one's spirit body and comprehension of great concepts. If both were high, then the Heaven Spirit Essence pill's grade would be higher. Yellow was the 3rd grade, which meant that the Armored Elder's foundation of the Sky Spirit Realm was extremely solid. Perhaps, his spirit body wasn't as good as Yin Junzi, but his cultivation time. After all, the heat could also affect one's strength. Puff! In the inn, everyone vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and trembled. Heaven Spirit Realm experts were the pinnacle combat strength in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even if they released their aura presence, they would still find it hard to resist. At such an age, instead of retiring to your hometown, you want to step into the circle of geniuses? You really don't know your limits. However, Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. If this was not long ago, he would have had to use the Fist of the Ares Fiery Destruction to defeat his opponent. But now he had a new trump card. Blade of Nirvana. Formless soul fluctuations radiated outwards, continuously swallowing and condensing. A small knife as thin as a silkworm's wing appeared in front of Lin Ling. It continuously revolved, emitting terrifying soul fluctuations. Unfortunately, this was a soul undulation. Others could not detect it at all. If I kill you, I can step into the circle of geniuses. The armored old man sneered. He still couldn't sense the soul-shocking blade. Then go to hell and be a genius. Lin Ling's cold voice echoed. With a thought, the blade of Nirvana cut through the air and shot towards the armored old man. At this moment, the armored old man was still sneering. He was still thinking about how to kill Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a horrific soul-spirit pressure assaulted him. In his eyes, the blade of Nirvana that came from hell appeared. It was constantly expanding and intimidating his soul spirit. What is this? The armored old man's eyes narrowed as his soul spirit trembled. If it was a spirit chi attack, he wouldn't be afraid with his strength at the initial stage of the heaven spirit realm. However, this was a soul spirit attack. It was formless and colorless. He couldn't block it at all. Furthermore, a soul spirit attack could shake a heaven spirit realm expert. This meant that Lin Ling's soul spirit was extremely terrifying. He was probably the number one in the heaven mystics kingdom. Retreat! Retreat! The armored old man's mind changed and wanted to leave. Too slow. A cold voice echoed in his ears. Immediately after, he felt as though his soul spirit was struck by lightning. His 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were shattered. Plop! The armored old man fell on his back. There weren't any wounds on his body. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. However, his soul spirit had collapsed and was already dead. Dead. The crowd stared at this scene and froze. They originally thought that there would be an exciting battle. Who knew that Lin Ling didn't even make a move and was still sitting there quietly? That armored old man had a terrified expression and yelled for retreat. Then he died as soon as he took a step. A heaven spirit realm expert had died in front of their eyes. They felt as though they were dreaming. A heaven spirit realm expert was the pinnacle of combat strength in the heaven mystics kingdom. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with disbelief. This young man's reputation as a genius was well deserved. At the corner, an old man who was drinking tea had a flash in his eyes. It's your turn. Cold. At this moment a cold voice echoed. Lin Ling looked at the crippled middle-aged man silently with emotionless eyes. My lord, spare my life. I was threatened by them. I didn't want to betray you at all. The crippled middle-aged man's face instantly changed. He thought that he would be rewarded. Who knew that everyone would be killed by Lin Ling? Now he was afraid. Don't you think these words are fake? Lin Ling said indifferently. Threatened? From beginning to end, everyone saw the crippled middle-aged man being greedy and volunteering to betray Lin Ling. They didn't see the armored old man threatening him at all. Everyone knew this and looked at him with disdain. I was wrong. The crippled middle-aged man knelt down and kept kowtowing. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, but my legs are crippled. I can't afford to raise her. Thus I was blinded by greed. I hope that my lord will spare my life on account of my mother. But as he kowtowed, his eyes kept flickering. This Lin Ling was still young. Such an excuse should be able to arouse his sympathy. I hate using my mother the most. People like you who don't care about family ties don't have the right to have a mother. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's voice was still cold. A blue flame flicked out and landed on the crippled middle-aged man's body, burning him and making him roll on the ground in pain. You want to raise your mother, but now you're eating and drinking in a restaurant. Do you think I'll believe such words? And even if you do have a mother, you're not a filial son. As the crippled middle-aged man's breath gradually weakened, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Then, the crippled middle-aged man was burned to ashes. He Feng does have an 80-year-old mother. Unfortunately, his mother is still farming. His mother raised He Feng alone, but He Feng lied to his mother, saying that he was diligently practicing martial arts. In reality, He Feng was indulging in wine and women every day. Some people knew the crippled middle-aged man and disdained to speak. Lord Lin Ling gave him the position, but He Feng didn't show any gratitude. Instead, he betrayed Lord Lin Ling. This action shows that He Feng is a despicable person. Yes, they all thought that He Feng deserved to die. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling picked up the wine jug and walked towards an old man in the corner. He then sat down at the table. Senior, drinking tea in a restaurant. Isn't this a bit too unconventional? Chapter 365. Imperial hegemony. While chatting, the elder in front of him had a skinny body and an ashen face. He was drinking tea by himself, but Lin Ling could sense that this elder's strength wasn't weak and had a mysterious aura presence. If it was anyone else, just based on this statement, I would have asked him to scram. But you, Lin Ling, I will still give you this face. That old man indifferently said a sentence. It was obvious that he knew about the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, he added, don't think that you can look down on everyone just because you are the #1 prodigy. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is filled with experts, and there are many who are stronger than you. Yes. Lin Ling nodded and poured himself a cup of wine. He then said indifferently, the Ghost Marshal is one of them, right? Yes. Once he said this, that elder's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that Lin Ling's words had moved him. He didn't know how this youth saw through his identity. In the nearby region there are plenty of hidden experts, but the strongest is the Ghost Marshal. The Ghost Marshal's aura presence might be concealed very well, but if one's soul spirit force is strong enough, one would still be able to detect a trace of Yin aura. Lin Ling seemed to know that the elder was astonished and spoke slowly. You are very formidable, even stronger than the rumors. But is there a problem? The Ghost Marshal frowned and looked indifferently at Lin Ling. Lend me your 10,000 ghosts flag. Lin Ling spoke bluntly. If you are here to drink tea, I can invite you on account of Lin Ling. But if you are here for other purposes, you can leave. Yes. The Ghost Marshal continued to drink his tea. He seemed to like drinking tea and even poured a cup for Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He wasn't surprised by this outcome. The Ghost Marshal was obviously not someone who was easy to get along with. He then looked at the tea on the table and smiled. He picked it up and drank a mouthful. In the next moment, pff. Lin Ling spat out the tea and spoke with disdain. Such inferior tea. Is this also tea? Yes. His words caused the Ghost Marshal's gaze to harden, and a cold voice came out. Lin Ling, if we're talking about other things, I don't dare to guarantee anything. But if we're talking about the way of tea, you have no right to speak in front of me. Is that so? Lin Ling laughed carelessly. Then let me ask you, what is the best way to brew tea? The Ghost Marshal frowned slightly. The water of the North Ice is better than the water of the Cloud Sea. And among the North Ice, the water of the Water Dragon close to the Stone Saint country is better. You are too narrow-minded. Lin Ling interrupted him. The water used to make tea is above the mountains and rivers, in the water of the river, and under the water of the well. Lin Ling's words made Ghost Commander's eyes twinkle. He suddenly felt that this youth was very interesting. Tea was his hobby. He simply asked, then what is the leader of the tea? The first is the origin of tea, the second is the tea utensils, the third is the tea creation, the fourth is the tea utensils, the fifth is the tea boiling, and the sixth is the tea drinking. Only then can one be considered a true tea drinker. Lin Ling smiled slightly. The origin of the old Mister's tea is provided by the restaurant. As for the tea utensils, the old Mister probably doesn't know much about them. As for the tea creation, the old Mister also doesn't know how to make tea. I don't need to say anything else. At best, you just like to drink tea and can't be considered a tea drinker. You dare to talk about the tea ceremony? The soft laughter with a touch of disdain made Ghost Commander's face stiffen. Although he was the person who drank the most tea in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he didn't expect Lin Ling to know more than him. Awesome, it seems like this old man has to work harder. You are so young, but your knowledge of the tea ceremony is not weaker than this old man. This old man admits defeat. Ghost Commander sighed, which made Lin Ling smile helplessly in his heart. In fact, he didn't know much about tea. What he said before was from the book Tea Sutra from the previous world. Right now, to put it bluntly, he was just bluffing the Ghost Commander. Fortunately, this world's tea ceremony attainment was indeed not deep. Lin Ling was able to bluff the Ghost Commander a little. Furthermore, when I saw the old Mister drinking tea, it didn't seem like you were drinking it for the sake of your body's illness, right? Lin Ling added another sentence. When he was checking on this Ghost Commander, he noticed that the Ghost Commander's body was filled with Yin aura, and also had a demonic flame. Once Lin Ling finished his statement, the ghost commander's hand that was holding onto the teacup trembled imperceptibly. This Lin Ling was so terrifying, and it seemed like he knew everything about him. You don't have to look so surprised. Because I am also He Yinshan's disciple, I am able to detect such symptoms. Lin Ling let out a faint smile. The ghost commander's expression constantly changed. He seemed to be unable to see through this youth in front of him. This youth was too mysterious. Lin Ling, your reputation has soared, and you are the leader of the new generation of geniuses. Originally, I was somewhat disdainful of you, thinking that you were just fishing for fame and were just a boorish fellow. But now this old man has misjudged you. Aside from martial arts, you are also extremely strong in other areas. The ghost commander looked at Lin Ling with praise. He had seen countless geniuses, but this was the first time he had seen a youth like Lin Ling who was neither arrogant nor humble, but had seen so much. For some reason, he felt a little more confident that Lin Ling would become the king of the Cloud Sea. It is true that I have been poisoned, but that is not important. I just want to ask you, is the king of the Cloud Sea very important to you? The ghost commander suddenly asked. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the ghost commander's seclusion and eccentricity naturally had his own reasons. Previously, Lin Ling had used the tea ceremony to get the ghost commander to put down his airs and chat with him. Therefore, the ghost commander's question was definitely very important. Lin Ling had to answer well. If he failed, he would lose the 10,000 ghosts flag. It is not important. Lin Ling smiled and said. The ghost commander's eyes focused. Why? Because my goal is not the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and the competition for the King of the Cloud Sea is just a challenge in my life. The challenge might be difficult, but I am not afraid. This is my own selfishness. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. As for Zigong, when the era changed, countless people died because of it. Even my clan, the Fire Ancient clan, was nearly submerged. Therefore, I hope to protect my clan and even calm down this turmoil. For this goal, I have been working hard. It is not important to me if I succeed, but I will become the king. At the end of his statement, Lin Ling's body emitted a determined aura. The ghost commander's body trembled. Through the conversation, he knew this youth's goal, knew this youth's martial Dao heart, and knew that this youth had an indomitable perseverance. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was just a challenge for this youth's growth. He didn't have the heart to be the king of the Cloud Sea and even disdained to be the king of the Cloud Sea. He was free and unrestrained and wasn't tempted by the throne. He yearned for freedom. This meant that after waiting for so many years, he finally met a prodigy martial expert who wasn't fighting for himself but for the world. This prodigy martial expert's goal was the same as his. They both wanted to quell the chaos in the world and restore the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to its former glory. The winds and clouds of the world come from my generation. Once I enter the martial world, time rushes by. The ambition for the Emperor's hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. Seeing the ghost commander's constantly changing expression, Lin Ling drank a mouthful of tea and spoke in a calm voice. Good, good, good. The ambition for the Emperor's hegemony is nothing more than a drunken life. This is your life, Lin Ling. The ghost commander laughed loudly, which shook the entire inn. A cup of tea, a song of sorrow, a lifetime of insolence. He stood up and said, "Follow me to the Demon Ghost City." Chapter 366. Myriad Ghost Flag. There wasn't a single soul in an area of 500 kilometers around Ghost City. It was a ghost city, a vast and ancient city, and only the wailing of ghosts could be heard. It was like a corner of the city that had been abandoned by the world. This city was prosperous all those years ago, but the demon dragon slaughtered everyone in the city after it appeared. My army of 500,000 died in battle to stop the demon dragon. Moreover, I was struck by the demon flame after I fought the demon dragon. The ghost commander sighed as a cold wind blew towards them upon entering the ghost city. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. No wonder the ghost commander has been staying in Ghost City. So there's a reason behind it. But the demon flame? Senior, may I ask if the demon dragon is still here? The ghost commander replied. The demon dragon is dead, but its soul is still intact. It's sealed in the forest of demons to the south of Ghost City. To tell you the truth, I borrowed the Myriad Ghost Flag for two reasons. Firstly, I wanted to borrow the energy of the world to open the 8 doors. Secondly, I wanted to find the demon flame to enter my body. I never expected that there would actually be demon flame here. Lin Ling pondered deeply for a moment and spoke frankly. The ghost commander stopped and gazed at Lin Ling with surprise. This young man is actually trying to open the 8 doors. He knew how difficult it was to do that. Moreover, the young man actually wants to let the demon flame enter his body. Is he trying to transform into a demon? Right, if you want to open the 8 doors, the forest of demons has the energy of the world. The ghost commander spoke with a solemn expression. His words delighted Lin Ling. He never expected that this place would actually be Lin Ling's paradise. Not only did it have the energy of the world's Een, it even had the energy of demons. Moreover, it even had the demon flame. Lin Ling spoke abruptly, and it caused the ghost commander's expression to change slightly. Senior, the poison you're suffering from should be the demon flame, right? If it enters my body, then I'll be able to cure you. Lin Ling added, Ghost Commander, you have an army of 1,000,000 in the northern ice. If the poison of the demon flame is cured, then you'll be able to lead your army into the city and take control of the city. The ghost commander's eyes flickered incessantly. Lin Ling's words had tempted him, and he smiled. Let's talk about that after you obtain the demon flame. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them walked forward side by side. Woo 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 woo. In the demon ghost city, ghostly wails and howls could be heard, making people tremble in fear. The 10,000 ghost flag is the condensation of the souls of my dead soldiers. I couldn't bear to see them leave, so I left it behind. If you want to use it to open the 8 gates, then it will depend on your luck. On one of the city walls, the ghost commander took out a pitch-black banner and looked at Lin Ling as he spoke indifferently. Lin Ling nodded heavily. Right now, he only needed 2 more before the demonic fire could enter his body. Once the demonic fire enters his body, he would become the first of the 100 generals. Come on, Lin Ling said softly. The ghost marshal looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression before finally nodding. He waved the 10,000 ghost flag in his right hand, and boundless Een Chi rippled out. The sky became gloomy, and the Een wind was so strong that it could tear apart a person's soul. Woo-woo. After that, the boundless Een wind enveloped Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to vanish within it. On the other hand, the ghost marshal's eyes lit up as he gazed at the young man who was enveloped by the surging Een wind. The pursuit of imperial supremacy is nothing more than a drunken life. Perhaps it's time for me to make a comeback. At this moment, in the imperial palace of Ocean of Cloud City, the maple leaves fluttered in the wind. In the quiet courtyard, a beautiful zither tune drifted out, causing the courtyard to be even more beautiful. Mengyun, your zither is a little messy, and your heart is a little unstable. Right at this moment, a calm voice sounded out. It was Heaven Melody. Teacher Yu Yun raised her delicate little face, and her expression was slightly gloomy. Are you thinking about the marriage between Lin Ling and the 6th princess? Heaven Melody sighed softly. He knew that Yu Yun was very upset because her younger sister was actually engaged to Lin Ling. This sudden news clearly caught Yu Yun off guard. And Yu Yun liked Lin Ling. Heaven Melody also knew that. So Yu Yun's heart was in a mess now. Sister Mengyun, I'm here to see you. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded in the courtyard. A young girl in gorgeous brocade clothes strode in. It was the 6th princess Qinyu. Qinyu, you finally recovered. Yu Yun could not help but smile when she saw the 6th princess. Alright, this is all thanks to my husband Lin Ling. 6th princess Qinyu smiled slightly. Her words made Yu Yun's heart ache inexplicably. However, 6th princess Qinyu seemed to be able to sense Yu Yun's feelings. She continued to smile and said, Sister Mengyun, I know that you're very familiar with Lin Ling, and Lin Ling cured me under your entrustment. However, Lin Ling is my husband now. I hope that you won't meet him in the future. 6th princess. Lin Ling met Mengyun first. Heaven Melody frowned and said unhappily. When the 6th princess was seriously ill, Yu Yun was more worried than anyone else. She begged Lin Ling for help. In Yu Yun's heart, although the 6th princess had the same father but different mothers, she had always treated the 6th princess as her younger sister. But now, the 6th princess did not allow Yu Yun to see Lin Ling again. This was too unreasonable. Who do you think you are? You're just a blind person. Do you have the right to speak when I'm speaking? Sixth Princess Chinyu looked at Heaven Melody and snorted, causing Heaven Melody's expression to turn unsightly. The sixth princess was calling him blind. Chinyu, he's my teacher. Yuman Yun said softly. Shut up. You're just a bastard. Do you really think that you're my sister? Your mother is just the son of a fisherman. I don't know what method she used to seduce the late emperor. Humph, how embarrassing. Sixth Princess Chinyu snorted coldly and looked at Yuman Yun with disdain. Although Yuman Yun was a princess, everyone in Cloud Sea City knew that the Cloud Sea Empire had never given her the identity of a princess. So, everyone had always called Yuman Yun Your Excellency. Yuman Yun's mother was not a concubine, but an ordinary fisherman. Chinyu Yu. Hearing the sixth princess's harsh words, Yuman Yun's face turned pale. A bastard is a bastard. I know you like Linling, but are you worthy of Linling? You're just a lowly commoner. Do you really think that you're a princess? Also, you always call me younger sister and never see if you're qualified. Sixth Princess Chinyu narrowed her eyes and said, although Yuman Yun did not have the identity of a princess, Yuman Yun's beauty was famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She was even more beautiful than the sixth princess. Everyone remembered the name Yuman Yun, but very few people knew the name Chinyu. So, sixth Princess Chinyu had always been very jealous and dissatisfied. Cry just like your mother. She was suppressed by my mother until she cried. Later she committed suicide and died. Now you're the same. Your favorite Linling has become my husband. You have nothing. This is the fate of a bastard. Sixth Princess Chinyu's voice was getting louder and louder as she reprimanded Yuman Yun. It was as though she was about to marry Linling and become the most envied girl in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yuman Yun's charming face turned even paler. Shut up. Shut up. Chapter 367. 10,000 Demon forced Yuman Yun. Heavenly Melody had always treated her as his daughter because Yuman Yun's mother, Yu Xiaotian, was the person he loved the most. Unfortunately, the person he liked was snatched away by the former emperor. In the days that followed, the person he loved had died in the palace because she had been bullied. From then on, he treated Yu Mengyun as his own daughter. Every year, he would play a song by a small river in the outer city. It was all for the sake of reminiscing, so that his deceased lover could marry him. If Lin Ling was here at this moment, he would definitely be shocked. When he first met Heavenly Melody that day, he had seen the young Heavenly Melody through the passing time, and the young girl who was rowing the boat was Yuman Yun's mother. Well, you actually dare to scold my princess. You're courting death. However, sixth Princess Chinyu didn't take Heavenly Melody seriously at all. She shouted loudly, appearing even more unruly and domineering. The Empress Dowager is here. At this moment, a voice came from outside the small courtyard, and then a large number of people walked in. The person in the lead was the Empress Dowager. Mother, you have to make a decision for me. Heavenly Melody scolded me. He said that I don't know shame and stole Sister Mengyun's beloved, and Sister Mengyun also scolded me. The two of them bullied me. Sixth Princess Chinyu immediately ran over and cried, "How dare you!" The Empress Dowager stood majestically and looked at Yuman Yun and Heavenly Melody with a cold expression. Men, hang Heavenly Melody outside the city gate and let me expose him to the sun for a month. Empress Dowager, don't. Yuman Yun immediately knelt down and pleaded with tears. The Empress Dowager was the current #1 person in Cloud Sea City. Even if Heavenly Melody wasn't weak, he couldn't stop the Empress Dowager's imperial might at all. Yuman Yun, you've grown up. Chinyu and Linling are a match made in heaven. Are you bullying your sister because of jealousy? It seems that the unruly aura left behind by your mother back then has been passed to you. The Empress Dowager looked coldly at Yuman Yun. Then she waved her hand and said, "Bring Yuman Yun into the palace and let her marry young Master Shang." She came to look for Yuman Yun this time precisely for young Master Shang. "Empress Dowager, I won't marry." Yuman Yun kept pleading for mercy. Her little face was already full of tears. Unfortunately, her pleading was only exchanged with a cold snort from the Empress Dowager. On the other hand, Heaven Melody had already been captured by several powerful generals, which made his expression extremely gloomy. Empress Dowager, how awe-inspiring. You can do whatever you want while Linling is not around. When Linling returns, you will know the consequences. It is Linling's honor to be married to me, Qian Yu. He's looking forward to it. What kind of consequences could Aijia possibly have? Yet you dare to threaten Aijia even when you're at death's door. Men beat him. The Empress Dowager's eyes emitted a cold light as she waved her right hand again. That's right. I'm a princess, and I have the blood of the late emperor in my veins. For Linling to marry me is the good fortune of 10 lifetimes. If I'm unhappy and break off the engagement in front of everyone, the one who will regret it will be Linling. The sixth princess Qian Yu also spoke arrogantly. At this moment in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, there were rumors everywhere. Linling was going to marry the sixth princess. The sixth princess was the Empress Dowager's biological daughter, and she also had the blood of the late emperor. Looking at Linling again, although he was famous and was the youngest genius today, his status was obviously not as good as the sixth princess. Therefore, many people felt that Linling had climbed up the golden phoenix and would have a meteoric rise from now on. Of course, some jealous people thought that Linling was not worthy of the late emperor's bloodline at all. For the sixth princess to marry him, Linling must have given up his dignity and humbly begged for it. Another piece of news was that Yu Yun was going to marry young Master Shang. Many people did not know the origin of young Master Shang. They only knew that His Majesty the Crown Prince had disappeared during this period of time, and seemed to have brought him back from outside. However, for His Majesty the Crown Prince to personally invite him, this young Master Shang seemed to have a strong background. However, all of this might only be known on the day of the wedding. Bastard! Does the Empress Dowager know what she's doing? Everyone in the second prince's camp was furious. The news of the marriage between Linling and the sixth princess had spread like wildfire. However, they knew that this was only the Empress Dowager's wishful thinking. Linling would not agree at all. What was disgusting was that the Empress Dowager's attitude was actually high and mighty, as if she was rewarding Linling. It seemed that Linling was not worthy of the sixth princess. Being able to marry her was because Linling had saved the sixth princess's life, so the marriage was rewarded. Another piece of news that made them furious was Yu Yun. Yu Yun was going to marry someone, and the other party was someone they did not know the origin of. If Linling knew about this, he would definitely be furious. Although the relationship between Linling and Yu Yun was not announced, they more or less sensed that the relationship between the two of them was not that simple. Right now, the Empress Dowager was taking advantage of Linling's absence to do whatever she wanted. Unfortunately, when the second prince went to meet the Empress Dowager, he was rejected, which made the second prince extremely anxious. On the other side, Linling did not know about this at all. At this moment, he used the power of the Yin of heaven and earth to successfully open another door. His progress made the ghost marshal secretly surprised. The foundation of this young man was stronger than he had imagined. Next, you will enter the 10,000 demons forest. That is a sealed place, so I have to seal your aura. Otherwise, you won't be able to enter the 10,000 demons forest. The ghost marshal looked at Linling and said, and Linling nodded. Spirit sealing ghost talisman. The ghost marshal's aura rippled, and waves of ghost chi spread out. Countless ghosts turned into a mysterious symbol, and then gently patted Linling's chest. A three-eyed ghost talisman appeared on Linling's chest. His aura was sealed, and at this moment, he was like a mortal with no cultivation. However, his strength was still there, but the aura emitted from his body was sealed. The ghost marshal is so strong. Linling's eyes flashed with surprise. Using the mysterious ghost talisman to seal one's own aura was not something that an ordinary person could do. The ice fiery dragon is sealed in the 10,000 demons forest. When this demon dragon was born, it caused great suffering. Later, it was destroyed by me and the army, but its soul did not die. If you want to obtain the demon fire, you will have to face its soul. The ghost marshal reminded. Okay, let's begin. Linling nodded and followed the ghost marshal out of the demon ghost city. The terrifying power of the heaven and earth in the 10,000 demons forest came from the ice fiery dragon. So it was just right for Linling to open all 8 doors. The two of them walked forward and arrived at a mountain range beside the demon ghost city. The ghost marshal made a complicated hand seal, and then the entire mountain range shook. A mysterious vortex appeared, and one could vaguely see an endless forest in the vortex. This method was similar to the ghost forest that was hidden in the burial ground. Of course, the ghost marshal's method was even more terrifying. After all, he had sealed an ancient demon dragon. Remember, the 10,000 demons forest can erase everything that has spirit aura. Hence, I use the spirit sealing ghost talisman to seal your aura. After 10 days, your aura will slowly recover. Hence, you have to come out within 10 days. Otherwise, you will die. Go in. The ghost marshal nodded at Lin Ling, and then watched as the youth stepped into the vortex. After the vortex swallowed Lin Ling, it disappeared without a trace. In this chaotic world, prodigies rise. This youth might be able to change the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He might be able to walk out of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and represent the Cloud region to head to the 100 regions. The ghost marshal thought to himself. Chapter 368. Demonic flames enter the body. The 10,000 demon forest was as silent as a cemetery. In the sky there were countless black ashes floating around. The black ashes were like ashes after burning paper, causing the sky to be unable to see the sun and moon. It was extremely oppressive. In the surroundings there were ghostly wails and howls, which seemed to be the howls of demonic beast souls. Roar! Right at this moment, the endless black ashes formed a whirlpool and surged towards Lin Ling. Presence of heaven and earth demons. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, but he didn't block it and sat down cross-legged. Roar! Roar! The terrifying demonic presence struck Lin Ling's body, causing his body to tremble and vomit a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that it was extremely difficult to open the last door. Open door, rest door, life door, pain door, limit door, view door, death door, alarm door. Open the 8 doors. Lin Ling yelled out as 8 whirlpools appeared on his body. The 8th whirlpool was frantically absorbing the presence of heaven and earth demons. Time elapsed slowly. Rumble. Under the impact of the surging presence of heaven and earth demons, Lin Ling opened the 8th door. His entire body transformed, and he was the first martial artist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to break through the limits of the human body and surpass the 8 doors of life and death. Lin Ling's dantian was surging with boundless spirit energy, which turned his spirit energy seed into a heaven spirit essence elixir. This elixir was green in color and was emitting a surging presence. The green color was the 5th grade heaven spirit essence elixir, which was of a higher grade than the armored elder that Lin Ling killed. Heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling finally became one of the elite martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom as he wished. Furthermore, he had the 5th grade Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir. With the presence of the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir, he could kill countless Earth Spirit Realm martial artists. He could even easily kill 70% of the Heaven Spirit Realm martial artists in the same realm. The Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir had a total of 7 grades, which represented the fusion of the innate spirit body and intent realm. The stronger the two, the higher the grade. Right now, because of the Spirit Sealing Ghost Talisman, Lin Ling's Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir's presence was suppressed. On the surface, he looked like an ordinary mortal. A 5th grade Heavenly Spirit Origin pill. If I can get the demonic flame as well, I can raise it by another grade. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and they shone brightly. He smiled faintly, stood up and continued onward. The forest of 10,000 demons was silent. Other than the black ash in the sky, there were only ancient giant trees. How many years has it been? Finally, someone has stepped into this place. Your body is mine. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded. Amidst the layers of giant trees, a soul of ice and fire appeared. It was the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. If he could obtain this soul, then Lin Ling would be able to absorb the demonic fire into his body. What a powerful aura! That flame is both hot and cold, extremely terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he stared at the green soul in the distance. However, that was the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. It also wanted to seize Lin Ling's body and see the light of day again. Lin Ling also guessed the other party's thoughts, but he also wanted to devour the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. Come, life or death depends on this. Go. You're courting death. Go. The terrifying soul pounced on Lin Ling and instantly entered Lin Ling's body. Seal. Go. Lin Ling's 8 gates moved and closed, trapping the ice-fiery dragon in his body. You actually opened 8 gates and want to refine this Demon King's soul? Unfortunately, you're too inexperienced. Go. The deafening voice resounded in Lin Ling's heart, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. The soul of the ice-fiery dragon was so powerful. Then let's see who dies first. Go. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and had a smear of determination in his eyes. At the same time, 2 souls were fighting in his body. One was Lin Ling's soul, and the other was the soul of the ice-fiery dragon. However, the ice-fiery dragon obviously didn't expect Lin Ling's soul to be so massive. It thought that this youth was just an ordinary person. Rumble. The battle in his body stirred up the wind and clouds like a calamity. Lin Ling's soul spirit was the strongest in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But the ice-fiery dragon had lived for so many years, and was obviously more terrifying. Thus, Lin Ling's soul spirit was constantly being devoured. Kid, you overestimate yourself. You are dead. The ice-fiery dragon sneered. It was about to occupy this body and see the light of day again. Time passed by silently. Lin Ling's soul spirit was getting weaker and weaker, but it rose from the ashes. Every time he was nearly devoured, he would stubbornly persist. Every time his soul spirit was severely injured, his soul spirit would become more condensed. This kid has such a resolute martial Dao heart. He is still tenaciously surviving until now. The ice-fiery dragon was also surprised. I came to this world and witnessed the law of the jungle. I was bullied and humiliated. The heavens wanted to take me away, but I still stubbornly survived. Since I survived, how can I give up so easily? Cold. Lin Ling's cold voice echoed with extreme determination. If it wasn't for this resolute heart, he would have been dead back at the Guyan sect. Everything he had now was obtained by his own hard work and determination, step by step. What is the use of saying so much? This Demon King will devour you sooner or later. Yes. The 2 souls crazily collided again. Gradually Lin Ling's soul grew bigger. A soul spirit that was not weaker than the ice-fiery dragon's bloomed. Lin Ling, under the continuous battle, his soul spirit transformed again. Who are you in the end? Why are you so tenacious? The ice-fiery dragon was finally afraid. This kid was too tenacious. Every time it thought that he was going to die, he was still determined to survive. Moreover, his soul was constantly recovering and gradually growing. The ice-fiery dragon was very clear. Under the continuous devouring, how could an ordinary person endure the pain of their soul being torn apart? They would have given up long ago. However, this kid had never given up on his goal from the beginning to the end. This resolute heart seemed to not give up until he reached his goal. I am just an ordinary person. I only have a heart that is unwilling to accept fate. It doesn't matter if you are the flame demon dragon or the azure 9 heavens, I will devour you. Boom! Boom! Lin Ling's soul blossomed with formless halos. Layer upon layer, it began to pounce on the ice-fiery dragon's green soul. No! An unwilling voice resounded. Under Lin Ling's enormous soul, the ice-fiery dragon's soul was gradually being devoured. The ice-fiery dragon never imagined that this seemingly ordinary kid's soul would be so terrifying. Rumble! After devouring the ice-fiery dragon's soul, Lin Ling's soul returned to his body. In his dantian there was an additional wisp of flame. It was a wisp of green demonic flame. This was the world-purifying demonic flame produced by devouring the flame demon dragon's soul after opening the 8th gate. This flame was of the 10th grade. Once it was used, it had the power to purify heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying. My heavenly spirit origin Dan has also changed. It has reached the 6th grade. It is a blue heavenly spirit origin Dan. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He felt that the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to come. The soul devouring earlier seemed simple, but he had actually fought for it with his life. Only he knew how dangerous it was. The early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, 3 innate spirits of fire, and the concept of war god. Right now, I am confident that I can defeat a mid-stage heavenly spirit realm opponent. If I use my trump card, the Blade of Nirvana, perhaps I can even threaten a late-stage heavenly spirit realm opponent. Lin Ling thought to himself. Chapter 369. Lin Ling's return. After a long while, Lin Ling stood up, smiled and slowly left. In the outside world, the ghost commander was frowning. It had been 10 days and the effects of the spirit-sealing ghost talisman were weakening. If Lin Ling did not come out, his aura would not be suppressed and he would be killed by that place. Rumble. At that moment, the space in front of him trembled. A green flame broke through the restraints of space and seemed to want to charge out. This? The ghost commander narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. His hands formed a complicated seal and a vortex appeared in front of him again. A youth in blue and white robes walked out helplessly from the vortex. Ghost Commander, 10 days have passed, and you still haven't opened the passage. Are you trying to trap me in there until I die? The Ghost Commander was stunned when he heard the youth's helpless words. He then smiled apologetically. He had forgotten that without him opening the seal, Lin Ling would not be able to come out. However, he never expected that Lin Ling would be trapped in the 10,000 demon forest and allow a green flame to charge out. Although it did not break through space, it was still extremely terrifying. What about the demonic fire? The Ghost Commander hurriedly asked. Lin Ling smiled slightly and extended his right hand. A demonic green flame appeared. This flame was like a will-o'-the-wisp, like a small demon dragon. Its temperature was hot and cold, and it was extremely mysterious. Sizzle sizzle. After the demonic fire appeared, the Ghost Commander felt a surge in his body. The demonic fire seemed to be summoned and it flew towards Lin Ling's palm. The poison of the demonic fire seemed to have been neutralized. The only explanation was that Lin Ling had obtained the demonic fire. Therefore, he could control the poison of the demonic fire in his body. You obtained the demonic dragon's fire? The Ghost Commander's eyes widened. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Lin Ling smiled. His smile made the Ghost Commander gasp. This youth was terrifying. He had actually devoured the demonic fire dragon's soul. Could it be that the youth's soul was stronger than the demonic fire dragon's soul? Alright, it's time for me to go back. I hope that Ghost Commander will consider what I said to you before. Ignoring the Ghost Commander's shock, Lin Ling smiled and left the 10,000 demons forest. Making a comeback? Looking at the youth's free and easy back view, the Ghost Marshal muttered to himself. He then smiled and said, Your rise has allowed me to see hope. Perhaps it's time for the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to calm down. The youth was rising like a comet. Perhaps the youth could really change the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. For the sake of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, it was time for him to make a comeback. The wind blew gently, and the maple leaves drifted down like snow. Under the maple leaf, Yu Yun sat quietly with her hands around her knees. There was a hint of sadness on her exquisite face. She reached out her hand and caught the maple leaf that was falling from the sky. She was going to get married in 3 days. She had once again sacrificed herself for the royal family by marrying a youth with an extraordinary background whom she had never seen before. At the same time, her marriage had earned the youth's support for the crown prince. Her mother was the same back then. For the clan, she gave up the person she loved the most and married the late emperor. Deep in the palace, she had no choice. She couldn't change the supreme imperial authority. The imperial authority was the heavens. If they wanted her to live, she would live. If they wanted her to die, she would die. Was this her destiny? Was this also her mother's destiny? I suddenly miss young master so much. Yu Yun spoke quietly and buried her head in her knees. She suddenly sobbed. She didn't like the royal palace, and so she often went to the outer city. In the outer city, she met the person she loved the most in her life. That mysterious youth, Chu Rufeng, drifted to the ends of the world. During the battle in the Sky Fragrance ancient city, the youth descended from the sky and saved her from the countless enemies. That scene was so beautiful that she could dream of it many times in her dreams. However, she knew that this dream was getting further and further away. Mother is a slut. She relied on her body to win the late emperor's favor. Daughter is the same. She relied on her body and beauty to win young Master Sheng's favor. Both of you are sluts. At this moment, a sharp and mean voice sounded. It was the 6th princess, Qianyu. Cry. Since I was young, I liked to see you cry the most. Now you're going to marry a stranger, and I'm going to marry Lin Ling, haha. The sixth princess Qianyu laughed contentedly and then left slowly. Don't think about committing suicide or running away. If you run away, that blind Tianchu will die. The cold voice sounded again, causing Yu Munyun's delicate body to tremble. In the end, she cried silently. Indeed, she wanted to leave the world like her mother. She didn't want to see these ugly people, but she couldn't let go of Tianchu. 3 days passed quietly. Today the entire nation celebrated. The entire Cloud Sea City was bustling with noise and excitement. Every household lit up their lanterns. The reason was that Yu Munyun was going to get married. It's so grand. That young Master Shang is so ostentatious. The entire nation is celebrating and marrying one of the 4 beauties of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I heard that he's from the Cloud region. His identity is very terrifying, and he's a true genius. However, I seem to have heard that Beauty Yu Munyun seems to be very close to Lin Ling. Yu Munyun is getting married. Why didn't Lin Ling say a word? Humph, that's the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. Lin Ling might be strong, but would he dare to provoke the Empress Dowager? What's more, Lin Ling and the 6th princess are already married. Lin Ling is looking forward to it now. It seems like Lin Ling isn't as good as I thought. He's actually afraid of the Empress Dowager. There were many discussions in the streets and alleys. Boom! While everyone was discussing, fireworks bloomed in the sky, and countless firecrackers sounded. At this moment the palace was bustling. The civil and military officials and people from all sides went to congratulate them. This grand wedding shocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. All the major factions in the Cloud Sea City participated. Only the people from the second prince's faction didn't participate. They seemed to be waiting quietly for something. At the same time, at the outer city gate of the Cloud Sea City, a figure in a blue and white robe was walking slowly. He had a slender figure and was about 18 years old. He looked ordinary, but if one looked carefully, one could feel that he was otherworldly and indifferent. At this moment this youth had a smile on his face. However, as he got closer and closer to the city gate, he frowned. Especially when he saw the person hanging at the city gate. A wisp of murderous intent appeared on his handsome face. At the city gate a figure was hanging. It was Tianchu. What happened when I wasn't around? A cold voice drifted out like the wind, causing the passers-by to feel a chill in their hearts. They looked over and saw a youth in a blue and white robe looking coldly at the scene in front of him. After pondering for a moment, he walked forward with large strides. What was this youth going to do? Many people's hearts were filled with doubts. At this moment, below the city gate, hundreds of guards looked at the figure walking over from afar, and felt an indescribable chill in their hearts. One of the generals who was at the peak stage of the Earth Spirit realm yelled out angrily, "This person is a serious criminal. You are not allowed to come near this place. Leave this place quickly. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy." Kill. That youth who was walking over had a very cold aura. The murderous intent was spreading out, making them feel like they didn't dare to face him. Chapter 370. Into the Imperial Palace. Die. Die. The youth walked over from afar. His voice was calm as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. But as soon as he finished speaking, a large amount of blue flames poured out from his right hand. The flames rained down on hundreds of guards and exploded. Bang! 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 As if hundreds of bombs had been ignited, all the guards exploded and died. They were all annihilated in one move. Only the general at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm was still strong, but he was heavily injured. At this moment, he looked at the youth in fear. "Who are you? You don't have the right to know." The youth said coldly and waved his right hand again. This time white flames attacked. Whoosh! The general was torn into pieces, as if the white flames were like blades. Who is this youth? He's so strong. The hearts of the passers-by in the outer city trembled violently. Not only was the youth strong, but he dared to touch the Empress Dowager's people. He was simply courting death. At this moment, Lin Ling ignored the gazes around him. He looked at the hanging skybender and felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Then he waved his right hand and cut the rope. When Skybender fell, he caught him with both hands. There weren't many people throughout the city who could arouse Lin Ling's admiration, and Heaven Melody was one of them. All those years ago in the outer city of Ocean of Cloud City, that man would play his zither by the river every single year just to miss the woman he loved. Such firmness and persistence wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. Moreover, Skybender had helped him when he was weak. Lin Ling had always wanted to repay this favor. A Heaven Rank Origin recovery pill was placed in Skybender's mouth, causing him to gradually wake up. Lin Ling, is that you? I can sense your aura. Skybender was heavily injured, but he still spoke with difficulty. It's me. Lin Ling replied softly. You're finally back. Skybender's expression changed, and he told Lin Ling everything that had happened during this period of time. Lin Ling's expression changed constantly, and an icy killing intent spread out. So many things had actually occurred in Ocean of Cloud City while he wasn't there. Yuman Yun was actually going to get married, and she was forced to do so. Most importantly, it was actually her younger sister who forced Yuman Yun to get married. Lin Ling couldn't help but recall how Yuman Yun begged him for help when the sixth princess was seriously ill. Yuman Yun indeed treated the sixth princess as her younger sister. However, the sixth princess bullied her after she recovered. This was biting the hand that fed him. This sixth princess was too despicable. Lin Ling, hurry. If we rush to the palace now, we can still make it. Meng Yun is kind and pure. Her life has already been very bitter. Her mother was forced to her death by the imperial power. I don't want her to walk down her mother's path. Tears flowed from Skybender's eyes. That young girl made his heart ache. Lin Ling's heart ached inexplicably at this moment as well. He recalled everything about Yuman Yun. When the Fire Ancient clan was about to be destroyed, it was Yuman Yun who helped him. When the ancient city of Sky Fragrance was being suppressed by an army, only Yuman Yun and Skybender went to help him. No one saw all of this. They were all bullying that kind girl. Empress Dowager, you're very good. Are you bullying me, Lin Ling, for being useless? Today let me see who can marry Yuman Yun. Lin Ling's eyes were icy cold as he stood up. The mother-child bug appeared in his hand, and his icy cold voice resounded, everyone, heed my orders. Attack the palace. Attack the palace. It was just a short sentence, but it represented Lin Ling's firm heart. Even if King Yunhai was here today, he would still save that kind girl. Lin Ling. When Skybender heard those firm words, his entire body trembled imperceptibly. No one in the world dared to oppose the Empress Dowager's imperial decree. Currently, only this young man was fearless and didn't take the imperial power seriously. Perhaps in the entire world, only this young man could save Yuman Yun. Lin Ling didn't say anything else. He carried Skybender on his back and strode into the city. Lin Ling, he's actually Lin Ling. As they watched the young man leave, the people in the distance were at a loss. Lin Ling was actually going to attack the palace. As residents of Ocean of Cloud City, they were naturally aware of the miracles created by this genius Lin Ling. He'd slaughtered his way into the inner city twice and forced the third prince to lower his noble head. Today, he was even more terrifying because he intended to slaughter his way into the imperial palace. Today, Cloud Sea City would be shaken again because of Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling is finally back. Even the second prince doesn't dare to disobey the Empress Dowager's orders, but only Lin Ling dares. The imperial power is too overbearing. Lin Ling, the king, has returned. Let Cloud Sea City stir up a storm. All the experts who received Lin Ling's message sneered. They had been waiting for this moment. Only Lin Ling had the absolute power and influence to lead them into the palace. Haha, although Sima Zhenshan joined Lin Ling's side last, I wasn't present when Lin Ling became famous in the previous two battles. It made me very depressed. Today I have such an opportunity. Everyone listen up. Follow Lin Ling and attack the city. Sima Zhenshan laughed heartily. To him, the Empress Dowager was like an inviolable imperial power. However, since Lin Ling's banner had been raised, what else did he have to fear? Cloud Sea City was shaken, and a storm was brewing. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking towards the palace with Sky Melody on his back. The entrance of the palace was filled with people. People from all over the world were entering the palace to celebrate the wedding. The lively scene attracted the attention of many people. Are you here to celebrate the wedding? Please send the wedding over. The imperial guard guarding the gate looked at the young man walking towards them. The young man was wearing a blue and white robe. He was handsome and otherworldly, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. "I'm here to steal the wedding." However, a cold voice resounded, and it caused the expressions of all the guards to change drastically. It was the wedding day, and the entire country was celebrating. That young man actually said that he was here to steal the wedding. Could it be that he wanted to slap the face of the palace in front of everyone? "Sir, are you drunk? Such arrogant words, could it be that you want to die?" A Yulin forest guards coldly shouted, "Those who stop me will die." The cold voice resounded. Along with it, endless flames erupted and bloomed. The area around the city gate turned into a sea of fire. A large number of imperial guards were burned to death. No one could stop him. "Close the gate." The imperial guards near the city gate narrowed their eyes. That young man was so strong. Rumble. The huge city gate smashed down heavily. Today was the wedding day of the entire country. How could they let outsiders cause trouble? Moreover, the person who came was very strong. So at the critical moment, they had to close the city gate and wait for the arrival of the strong people in the city. As for the people far away from the palace, many people gasped. It was the first time in their lives that someone dared to be so arrogant in front of the palace gate. Is it useful to close the gate? The huge city gate blocked the passage into the palace, but Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. Although the main road was cut off, he could still vaguely sense that the lonely girl locked in the palace was walking towards the abyss step by step. Chi! Chi! Endless flames appeared on Lin Ling's left arm. Billowing battle intent boiled. That terrifying aura even caused ripples in the air. Fiery destruction. A low and deep voice resounded. The scorching flames carried an endless fighting spirit, and turned into an ancient flame god's fist. This fist surged with flames like a huge siege chariot. Chapter 371. Snatching the Bride Rumble. The enormous gates of the imperial palace were blasted apart by a single punch, and even the city walls that possessed boundless history collapsed, causing an enormous passageway to appear. A deafening sound resounded throughout the city. On the other hand, Lin Ling carried the Heavenbender on his back and walked step by step into the imperial palace. As for the outside of the imperial palace, everyone was deathly silent. They were shocked to the point they couldn't speak as they sensed the scorching ocean of flames before them. They'd thought that the young man would definitely be stopped outside the imperial palace once the gates fell, and he would be annihilated by the experts of the imperial palace. However, everything before their eyes told them otherwise. Nothing could stop the young man from entering the imperial palace. The city gates fell, and the thick city walls were blasted apart with a single punch. Fiery annihilation is the energy of flames. In terms of the energy of flames in the entire city, only the Fire Ancient clan can possess it. Could that young man be that lord? It's Lin Ling. It's definitely him. What courage! He actually charged into the imperial palace by himself. The crowd discussed animatedly, and they were astounded. Not long ago, news of Yu Munyun's wedding had spread. However, Lin Ling remained silent, and many thought that Lin Ling was afraid of the Empress Dowager and didn't dare to speak at all. However, the scene before their eyes was sufficient to make those who spread the rumor slap themselves in the face. Why would Lin Ling fear the Empress Dowager? He charged into the imperial palace by himself before the eyes of everyone in the city. This proved that Lin Ling wasn't silent, and he wasn't in the city at all. Otherwise, the Empress Dowager wouldn't have been able to do as she pleased. Lin Ling is challenging the imperial authority, but there are forces from all sides in the imperial palace, so it'll probably be difficult for him to succeed. Someone spoke with terror in his heart. Oh! At this moment, the imperial palace was bustling with noise and excitement. A few tens of thousands of people were celebrating on the vast square. It was an extremely grand wedding that the entire nation was celebrating. Today, the fourth princess is marrying into the Cloud Region's Saint clan, and it's a cause for celebration. It's also the happiest event in the history of the Sea of Clouds imperial family. As for the fourth princess and young Master Shang, they fell in love at first sight. Such a marriage represents that the imperial family and Cloud Region's Saint clan have become in-laws. In the silence, a smiling voice was heard. Many people looked over and found that it was the Empress Dowager who had spoken. At this moment, the Empress Dowager was sitting on the highest seat. She looked at all the important figures in the world and smiled. Not long ago, the imperial family of the Cloud Sea did a survey and found out that the marriage between the sacred prince and the fourth princess was a match made in heaven. The marriage between the sixth princess and Lin Ling followed closely behind. Everyone thinks that they are a match made in heaven. The genius Lin Ling has the opportunity to become a member of the imperial family. Once this statement was out, many people sighed in their hearts. It seemed like these two marriages were the most joyous events in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom this year. Furthermore, from what the Empress Dowager said, these two couples were a match made in heaven, and no one would be able to stop them. Of course, this was what most people thought, and there was also a small portion of people who didn't think so. Firstly, was Yu Yun really willing to marry young Master Shang? Secondly, Lin Ling took pride in marrying the sixth princess. Was he so despicable? However, soon after, everyone looked at the other side of the plaza. There was a pair of newlyweds standing there quietly. The woman was wearing a phoenix coronet and a veil. She must be the fourth princess, Yu Yun. Beside her was a youth who was wearing a red groom's robe. This youth had red lips and white teeth. He had a face like jade. He wasn't old and was about the same age as Lin Ling. However, when he stood there quietly, he emitted the demeanor of an expert. Such a powerful aura presence. He is probably at the heaven spirit realm. Many people were secretly surprised. That youth was at most 18 years old, but his strength was so powerful. It was obvious that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom couldn't nurture such a genius. That youth's background was indeed extraordinary. No wonder he had the confidence to marry the fourth princess, Yu Yun. He was indeed qualified. Kiki, Lin Ling is indeed incomparable to him. Some people had a mocking smile on their faces. They had a feud with Lin Ling. Right now, they finally saw an absolute genius who was about the same age as Lin Ling but was superior to Lin Ling. Prepare the cannon salute. Welcome the newlyweds. A loud yell echoed, causing everyone's attention to fall onto the newlyweds on the plaza. Rumble. Right at this moment, the ground shook violently. A deafening sound echoed from afar, causing everyone's expression to change. A smear of astonishment arose in their hearts. Today was the wedding of the Yun Sea's imperial clan. Was there anyone who dared to cause trouble? What exactly happened? On the high seat, the Empress Dowager's brows were slightly knitted. There was a faint surge of anger. Empress Dowager, please calm down. I will go and take a look. One of the generals bowed to the Empress Dowager and left with large strides. Everyone still had doubts in their hearts, but they didn't really care. After all, there were countless experts in the royal palace and tens of thousands of feathered forest guards. Who would dare to cause trouble at the wedding? Boom! However, the facts proved that there was indeed someone who dared. Another explosion sounded from afar. Blue and white flames soared into the sky like a volcanic eruption, causing the hearts of everyone in the plaza to tremble violently. He looked over and saw a young man in a blue and white robe walking toward him step by step. The young man's face was indifferent and his long hair gently danced in the wind. He was free and indifferent, and at the same time, an invisible killing intent spread out from his body. There was blood dripping from the black sword. This young man seemed to have killed his way over. The tens of thousands of feathered forest guards in the palace were unstoppable. Lin Ling. Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Today was the day of the Yun Sea's imperial clan's wedding. The entire country was celebrating, but there was someone who dared to cause trouble at the wedding. Lin Ling? In the distance, a young girl wearing a phoenix crown heard the voices of the people around her. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. She took off the veil covering her face and stared at the young man in the distance with her beautiful eyes. A line of tears flowed down. Everyone abandoned her. She became a gift for the royal palace to curry favor with experts. However, there were still people in this world who cared about her. For her, they killed their way into the palace. Little mister. At this moment, Yu Yun's beautiful eyes were filled with more tears. As for the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince in the distance, their faces were ugly. Lin Ling killed his way into the palace in front of the world. This was equivalent to giving them a heavy slap in the face. looking down on the imperial power. Does the royal family have to take advantage of my absence to do whatever you want? A low voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Then, everyone saw the young man in the distance walking over step by step. His slow pace made many people puzzled. Could it be that the Empress Dowager took advantage of Lin Ling's absence to decide on this marriage? If that was the case, the rumors of Lin Ling fearing the Empress Dowager weren't true. Countless people were silent, but they were all looking at the Empress Dowager. Right now the entire world was looking at this wedding. Lin Ling came alone to cause trouble for the wedding. As the Empress Dowager, she definitely wouldn't like to see such a scene. Lin Ling, this is the Imperial Palace, the supreme place of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Could it be that you think you are one of the 108 generals and are looking down on the imperial power? Chapter 372. Scared off, I only have one sentence. Do you think the royal family can do whatever you want when I'm not around? Lin Ling was unmoved. It seemed like the royal authority was nothing to him. His steps didn't stop, and his determination and arrogance made everyone in the plaza shiver. Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to be compared with the royal family? You're just a mere mortal with mortal bloodline. Right at this moment, a figure strode out and blocked in front of Lin Ling. This person was the third prince. His entire body was rippling with aura as though he was standing on top of the clouds and looking down on Lin Ling. This marriage is a celebration for the entire nation. Do you want to go against the hearts of everyone in the world for your own selfish reasons? Another shout came out from the third prince's mouth. He blocked Lin Ling. The royal authority is supreme. Lin Ling, you want to go against the royal authority because of your own selfish reasons. That is going against the heavens. Furthermore, you said that I can do whatever I want when you're not around? You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you can disrupt the marriage by yourself? The Empress Dowager's cold voice came out. However, many people nodded in agreement. All the powerful forces of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were gathered here. There was the third prince, the Kingdom Preceptor's residence, one of the three pillars, Elder He, the Heaven Sound Temple's elder, young Master Shang, and his entourage. There were countless experts here. These experts were all in favor of this marriage made in heaven. Lin Ling was only one person. What could he do? Everyone's support? What do these people know? They only know how to flatter. What can they represent? Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's cold voice came out. He looked at the Empress Dowager and everyone present. The whole world thinks that this marriage is made in heaven. However, there is one person who doesn't think so. That person is the fourth princess, Yu Man Yun. This is fourth princess Yu Man Yun's own marriage. Why do you have to make the final decision? Why does she have to be a sacrifice for the imperial family to curry favor with others? Lin Ling's voice swept out like a gust of wind, and it caused everyone in the square to fall silent. Moreover, his voice drifted out and was heard by many within the city. That's right. Everyone thought that this marriage was a match made in heaven, but there was one person who didn't agree. She was the fourth princess Yu Man Yun. If the person involved didn't agree, then what right did others have to decide her life? What qualifications did he have to think that they were a match made in heaven? Perhaps it's just as Lin Ling said. This marriage is just an ugly act of the imperial family to curry favor with others. Is this the so-called imperial power? You have the cheek to proudly say that this is the marriage that everyone in the world is optimistic about? Lin Ling shouted again, causing the square to become even more silent. No one could speak and no one could refute him. Only in the distance, Yu Man Yun's delicate body trembled, and even more tears flowed down her pretty face. In the entire world, only that young man knew the helplessness in her heart, and only that young man dared to look down on imperial power and fight for her dignity. This is an imperial marriage. No matter what, it's not up to a lowly commoner like you to speak. Amidst the silence, the third prince's cold voice resounded once more. He was still standing in front of Lin Ling. Then when is it up to you to speak? You're the dignified third prince. Could it be that you've learned how to flatter now? Lin Ling looked at the person in front of him with disdain, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. You. The third prince's expression became unsightly, and the humiliation in his heart spread out. In the past, he was one of the strongest contenders for the throne of the Cloud Sea King. However, after the era changed, he led the army to kill the Fire Ancient clan in order to satisfy the wishes of the Imperial Guard commander. He made a wrong move, and in exchange he paid a terrible price. On the day of the first lunar day, the top scholar was ruthlessly crushed by the young man. His favorite woman, Jiang Wu, was killed by the young man, and he was humiliated in front of the world. However, that was just the beginning. Then, during the battle in Tianxiang City, the young man became an absolute hero, and the third prince had to apologize to the young man in front of everyone. Then, during the battle between the imperial advisor's residence and Dao Kuang's death, he was deeply humiliated by the young man, causing his status and identity to plummet, and he was surpassed by the second prince. It was because he made a wrong move, because he looked down on the young man, that he got what he deserved. If he had helped the Fire Ancient clan back then, perhaps he would be the one who was qualified to compete with the Crown Prince today. Now, he faintly showed signs of supporting the Crown Prince, but he was still heavily trampled by Lin Ling. Die! At this time, a deep shout sounded out from Lin Ling's mouth. His soul force billowed out like an ocean, causing the third prince's complexion to pale. His soul began to tremble. He was like a lonely boat in the middle of a vast sea. He's not even at the sky spirit realm, so why is his aura so strong? The third prince was shocked. In the next moment, he frantically retreated in front of countless people, as if he was running away from a flame demon from the 9 hells. Third prince, what's wrong with him? The crowd's pupils constricted. They had seen the third prince domineeringly block Lin Ling's path, as if Lin Ling would never be able to cross it. However, in the next moment the third prince was frantically running away. This contrast was extremely surreal and extremely embarrassing. Today I will take her away in front of the world. Those who stand in my way will die. Lin Ling's icy voice once again floated out of his mouth. His gaze was indifferent as he stared at the third prince. Previously, he had almost killed the third prince, but the third prince had fled quickly and avoided the disaster. Of course, this was also because Lin Ling had not pursued him. After all, his goal today was to take away Yu Yun in front of everyone. The third prince had too many enemies, and he couldn't kill them all in a short time. Therefore, he would slowly kill Yu Yun after saving her. Thud thud thud. Lin Ling's gaze swept over the third prince, who was in the distance, and he took 3 steps back again. His face was extremely pale, and the crowd's pupils constricted. After all, they hadn't seen Lin Ling make a move, but the third prince seemed to be extremely afraid of Lin Ling. He had hidden so far away, but he was still scared into taking 3 steps back by Lin Ling's gaze. How embarrassing! The third prince was of the royal bloodline, and his strength was higher than Lin Ling's. However, he didn't dare to block Lin Ling's path. It was extremely embarrassing. The crowd had this thought in their minds. Ignoring the third prince, Lin Ling strode past, while the third prince stood in the distance. His face was ashen, and he didn't look as arrogant as before. Even his body was trembling violently. He couldn't understand why he was afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who allowed you to cause trouble at the wedding? Who gave you the courage? Angry. At this moment, an angry voice resounded through the square. A beautiful figure strode out. It was the 6th Princess Qianyu. Seeing the 6th princess walk out angrily, many people's hearts surged. Chapter 373. Willful and unruly. I order you to get out of here immediately. Otherwise, the marriage between you and me will be cancelled. Cold. 6th Princess Qianyu's cold voice came out. She was really angry at this moment. Hearing those willful words, Lin Ling didn't say a word. He still walked forward step by step, and slowly walked towards 6th Princess Qianyu. Seeing Lin Ling's action, 6th Princess Qianyu frowned slightly, but raised her delicate chin arrogantly. Are you here to apologize to me? It's useless to apologize. Get out of here now. Go. Is Lin Ling apologizing? Go. The crowd was secretly surprised, wondering what Lin Ling was going to do. Stopping, Lin Ling looked at this high and mighty girl who was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. His eyes were calm at first, but gradually revealed a touch of coldness. You're a golden branch and jade leaf, and you're the descendant of the previous emperor. You say you want to marry me? Is that a reward for me? Yes. Yes, if not for your good talent, I might not have taken a fancy to you. But since young Master Shang came, I know that your talent is not the best, only the second. So if you want me to be satisfied, you have to work harder. Sixth Princess Qian Yu said indifferently. Lin Ling suddenly wanted to laugh. His face became colder. Then I want to ask you, did I agree to this marriage? Go. This. Sixth Princess Qian Yu's face suddenly became a bit unsightly. Lin Ling didn't give any answer to this marriage from beginning to end. She thought that her blood was noble, so Lin Ling would definitely agree. You can't answer, right? I don't understand where your pride comes from. And now you're telling me to get out of here. Lin Ling's voice was cold. Well, today I'll tell you in front of the whole world, if you marry me, I won't accept you. Even if you're my servant, I won't want you. I refuse this marriage, I'll cancel it. Go. Maybe you think I'm just showing off. Then I'll give you some action. Go. Slap. A slap fell on Sixth Princess Qian Yu's face, startling her. You dare to hit me? Go. Aren't you of the royal blood? Didn't you give me a reward? Why do I dare to hit you? Lin Ling's face indifferent. You. Sixth Princess Qian Yu's eyes. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap landed on the face of the sixth princess once again, causing her to be even more astonished and her face to turn red. She had arrogantly said that she would reward Lin Ling with a marriage, and now Lin Ling had given her an answer. Not only did Lin Ling not want the sixth princess, but he also stepped on the proud sixth princess and slapped her face with disdain. It seems that the rumor that Lin Ling is trying to curry favor with the sixth princess is impossible. The crowd was shocked. Facts spoke louder than sophistry. The scene in front of them explained everything. Lin Ling Qian Yu didn't want the sixth Princess Qian Yu and slapped her face in front of everyone. Who was the toad and who was the arrogant swan? Qian Yu was afraid that the sixth Princess Qian Yu was the one who thought too highly of herself. The first slap was because you decided my marriage without permission and told others that I liked you. The second slap was because you asked me to get out of here arrogantly. This is the third slap. Lin Ling shouted again. Slap. The crisp slap sounded again, making everyone's heart tremble. Lin Ling Qian Yu really dared to slap her. The third slap was for Yu Man Yun. Yu Man Yun has always treated you as her sister. When you were seriously ill, she begged me to cure you, but you were ungrateful. After you recovered, you called her a slave and a lowly person. You even bullied her because of jealousy. People like you are really despicable. I don't understand why there is such a big gap between you two who are of the same bloodline. After saying this coldly, Lin Ling strode forward again. He didn't want to look at the sixth Princess Qian Yu anymore. How dare you call me a bitch? The sixth princess's entire body trembled. Today Lin Ling had slapped her 3 times in front of everyone, causing her to lose all face. She was not the one who broke off the engagement, but Lin Ling was the one who broke off the engagement and even compared her to a slut. I'm going to kill you. The sixth princess shouted angrily. Lin Ling stopped and looked at her coldly. If you want to die, then say what you said before again. His voice was calm, but it was indisputable. The sixth princess's face turned pale. She sat down on the ground and didn't dare to speak for a while. Her life was saved by Lin Ling and Yu Man Yun. What right did she have to speak again? You bitch, why don't I dare to say it? This is the Imperial Palace, not a place where a bitch like you can behave atrociously. Sitting on the ground, the sixth princess raised her head again. Her eyes were vicious and full of killing intent. There should be a limit to being willful and unruly. The identity of a princess can't protect you. Compared to His Majesty the Third Prince, you are not as smart as him. Lin Ling shook his head and moved forward again. Boom! The invisible flame bloomed. The sixth princess, who was sitting on the ground, felt that the fire seemed to come from her heart. The invisible blue and white flame engulfed her. Then she was turned into ashes before she could even make a sound. Dead. The descendant of Lord Yunhai died in front of everyone's eyes. Lin Ling was not afraid of the imperial power. He even killed the Empress Dowager's daughter in front of her. Horrible thoughts ran through everyone's mind. Subconsciously, they suddenly looked at His Majesty the Third Prince. Lin Ling had said that His Majesty the Third Prince was smarter than the sixth princess. This meant that His Majesty the third prince knew how to retreat, but the sixth princess didn't. She still relied on her identity as a princess to do whatever she wanted, willful and unruly. She could be willful once but not twice. Otherwise she would die. High up in the stands, the Empress Dowager and the others narrowed their eyes. They didn't seem to expect that Lin Ling not only dared to torture the sixth princess, but also dared to kill her. You killed my Qian. You killed her. How could you kill her? Die, die, die. I will kill your entire family. After a moment of silence, a crazy voice filled with endless killing intent came out. It shocked the whole square. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. They subconsciously looked at the woman who used to be Lord Yunhai's follower on the highest seat. Obviously, the Empress Dowager was angry and even crazy. Do you think you can kill me? If it weren't for you, your daughter wouldn't have died. Everything was caused by you. You are the mother of the country, but you are not the mother of the country. You are only overbearing and sinister. I feel sorry for the people of the world. The Empress Dowager of a country is also a bitch. Lin Ling raised his eyes and looked into the Empress Dowager's eyes. He shouted without fear. Silence. The square was dead silent. Lin Ling was very arrogant. He shocked His Majesty the third prince, killed the sixth princess's face, and now scolded the Empress Dowager in front of the heroes of the world. Your so-called imperial power can be used on others, but it is useless on me. I have a balance of good and evil in my heart. Today I will take her away. Whoever dares to stop me will end up like the sixth princess. Ignoring the horrified eyes, Lin Ling moved forward again. Chapter 374. The world of the three kings. The crown prince, who had been silent, finally spoke. He was extremely shrewd, and even though the sixth princess was dead, his tone was still calm. No one could tell if he was happy or angry, but it seemed to let everyone know that Lin Ling was going to die here today. Many people's eyes flickered as they looked at the entire plaza and had an answer in their hearts. Lin Ling was fearless and fearless. He didn't put the tyrannical imperial authority in his eyes, and was determined to take away Yu Yun. However, determination didn't mean anything as there were too many experts here. Your Majesty, you can't stop me. Lin Ling looked at the crown prince calmly and spoke indifferently. He had met His Majesty the crown prince twice, and both times, he had defeated His Majesty the crown prince. His reputation soared, and he became the #1 person below His Majesty the crown prince. Now this was their third confrontation. The crown prince knew about this as well. He spoke indifferently. Then you can try again before you leave. Their gazes clashed in midair, bursting with intense sparks. At the same time, the entire plaza was indescribably silent. Everyone seemed to be able to see the clash between the two kings. No matter how tyrannical or unfair the imperial authority is, the imperial authority is still the imperial authority. It isn't something that you can change alone. You don't have any more chances. You shall die here today. Right at this moment, a massive aura presence gushed out from the plaza as a stalwart figure walked over. Every step he took seemed to cause the entire palace to shake. One of the four kings, Wang Haiwang. Lin Ling is probably in big trouble. Many people shook their heads silently as they looked at the elevated seats. There were plenty of experts who were sneering at Lin Ling. There were the Marshal, the Three Pillars, the Sublime Cord Monastery, and many others. In the plaza, the youth was all alone as though he was going to go against the entire world. That battle figure might be determined, but it seemed to be a little lonely. Wang Haiwang, you asked someone to kill me previously, and you actually dare to appear again today. It seems like the death of the sixth princess didn't let you see the situation clearly. Lin Ling looked at the approaching figure quietly and spoke in a calm voice. Then from today onwards, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom shall be ruled by the three kings. These words were calm and did not cause any ripples. It was as if he was talking about a very ordinary matter, but it caused a huge wave to rise up in the square. The name of the four kings reigned supreme over the world. This was something that the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew, but today Lin Ling actually said that from now on, there would be three kings ruling the world. Was Lin Ling going to change the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Haha, how arrogant. Unfortunately, it's a joke. You don't have the strength, And you're not the Cloud Sea King. Wang Haiwang, who was striding over from afar, was not angry. Instead he laughed mockingly. He was a king who had been famous for a long time. How could he be stripped of his status just because of Lin Ling's words? To him, that was something that would never happen. Unfortunately, he didn't know that all of this would become reality. 3 kings of the world, very good. Then let's do as Lin Ling wishes. He isn't the Cloud Sea King, but he is the one who will change the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Back then, he killed the son of the Royal Guard's commander, Do Jun, which started the era. Right now, he is going to end the era. Rumble. Right at this moment, 3 surging auras soared into the sky and shot down from the sky. These 3 figures were like sovereigns descending to the world. They surged towards Wang Haiwang with a majestic aura presence, and were working together to kill Wang Haiwang. Sovereign King Li, Duke Duan, King Sima Zhenshan. Looking at the surging auras of these figures, everyone in the square shuddered violently. Today the 4 kings were on the move, and 3 of them actually made a move against Wang Haiwang. It seemed like they heard Lin Ling's words and wanted to change the situation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The most terrifying thing was that Duke Duan and Sovereign King Li were Lin Ling's men. This was something that everyone knew. However, King Sima Zhenshan actually became Lin Ling's subordinate. This Lin Ling's charisma was truly terrifying. You are all crazy. A moment ago, Wang Haiwang still had a disdainful expression, but in the next moment he was panicking. In the past, the 4 kings had their own camps and no one dared to touch anyone. Right now the situation had changed. He, Wang Haiwang, had become the lone king. Didn't you say that this was a joke? Why are you afraid now? Lin Ling stood quietly and looked at Wang Haiwang coldly, causing Wang Haiwang's expression to turn even uglier. Right now, Sovereign King Li and the other 2 had already pressed forward. Several Heaven Spirit Essence Cores aura presence were released, causing the clouds in the sky above the royal palace to scatter. 3 peak stage Heaven Spirit Realm experts made a move, and their aura presence was terrifying. Lin Ling, if you have the capability, come and kill me personally. What's the point of relying on others? Wang Haiwang's strength was very strong and had reached the late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. However, the 3 kings that were fighting with him weren't any weaker than him. Hence, he was suppressed to the point where his face was extremely pale. What infuriated him the most was that Lin Ling's aura presence wasn't even at the Heaven Spirit Realm. Such a junior was actually bullying him to the point where he couldn't even resist. Lin Ling's eyes flickered with disdain. He was now at the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, and had already stepped into the elite martial strength of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was just that his aura presence was still sealed by the Spirit Sealing Ghost Talisman. Subsequently, his massive soul spirit surged and gradually turned into a terrifying small knife. That small knife carried a terrifying aura presence and shot straight at Wang Haiwang. Wang Haiwang actually said that he was relying on others. Now Lin Ling was going to do it himself. Swish! The saber of Nirvana was formless and colorless, as it shot straight at Wang Haiwang's soul spirit. Ever since he devoured the ice-fiery dragon's soul spirit, Lin Ling's soul spirit had become even more condensed. He wasn't sure how massive it was now. Back then, the saber of Nirvana was already able to threaten Sima Zhenshan King. Now it was needless to say. The only flaw of the soul spirit was that it recovered slowly. It wasn't like the depletion of spirit chi, which could be recovered by consuming elixirs. Right now, Wang Haiwang was still fighting against the 3 kings. He was so powerful that it was impossible to kill him in a short period of time. However, at this moment, a horrific soul spirit wave came crashing over, causing his eyes to narrow. As far as his eyes could see, there was an endless soul spirit sea. A saber of the Grim Reaper was shooting over, causing his soul spirit to tremble. This is soul spirit power. Wang Haiwang's eyes narrowed. He was afraid. He suddenly felt extreme fear. The strength of that small knife soul spirit was something he had never seen before. Who was it that was making a move on him? Suddenly, his eyes looked at the youth who was sneering at him from afar. His heart turned cold. Could it be Lin Ling? Right at this moment, a soundless voice accompanied by the saber of Nirvana was heard. It was as though the voice was announcing the death of another person. Before you die, you have seen something clearly. Yes, it was Lin Ling's voice. Wang Haiwang's heart trembled violently. Lin Ling actually had the strength to kill him. What was laughable was that he had always thought that Lin Ling was just a junior in the Earth Spirit realm. The only thing that could make him fear was the faction behind him. This guess was truly laughable. The price for it was his life. No. Die. An unwilling voice rang out as the surging saber of Nirvana pierced through Wang Haiwang's soul spirit, causing him to fall backwards. One of the four kings, Wang Haiwang, dead. Looking at the fallen figure, the entire plaza was silent. Lin Ling had said that from now on, the world would be ruled by 3 kings. Everyone had thought it was a joke, but now Lin Ling had done it. It was truly the world of 3 kings. The situation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had completely changed. Today's update wouldn't be less than yesterday's. It was noon now, but the updates were already in progress. However, looking at the rewards and monthly votes, they were so dim. Chapter 375. Like the return of a king, what? On the Crown Prince's side, everyone's pupils constricted. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Sovereign King Li, King Duan, King Sima Zhenshan, you guys killed King Wang Hai? The Imperial Advisor, Sublime Cord Temple, and other experts all stood up and stared coldly at the 3 kings. The 3 kings attacked too quickly, causing them to be unable to react in time. By the time they wanted to help, it was already too late. King Wang Hai died right in front of their eyes. However, their hearts were filled with doubt. After all, even though the 3 kings were strong together, it was still difficult to kill King Wang Hai in a short period of time. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and the other 2 had cold expressions on their faces. But in reality they were somewhat surprised. This was because they did not know how King Wang Hai had died. Only King Sima Zhenshan could sense it. He had sensed a familiar soul pressure. He had faced that kind of terrifying soul force before, and it made him tremble with fear. So he guessed that someone helped. And that person should be here to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling, so mysterious. King Sima Zhenshan thought to himself, who else wants to die? In the silence, Lin Ling's cold voice came out. He walked forward again, his long hair fluttering in the wind. His handsome face carried an aura of a king descending upon the world. However, the surroundings were silent, extremely silent. No one seemed to have recovered from the shock of King Wang Hai's death. They only knew that Lin Ling was arrogant, incomparably arrogant. In front of everyone, he crushed the Crown Prince's tyrannical imperial power. When the 3rd prince tried to stop him, he ran away in fear. When the 6th princess tried to stop him, he killed. When King Wang Hai tried to stop him, he killed him. You can only rely on the people behind you for help? If that's the case, then I'll let my forces make a move. The Crown Prince's face was gloomy, but he still spoke coldly. He was saying that Lin Ling was only so arrogant because of the 3 kings. Without the help of those experts, Lin Ling was nothing. In this world, strength is everything. Lin Ling can be arrogant now, but that doesn't mean that in the future, once his talent weakens, Lin Ling will return to his original state. Then make your move. I'd like to see who else besides the people here dares to die for you. Lin Ling stared at the Crown Prince as he spoke in an indifferent voice. He naturally understood the Crown Prince's words. The funny thing was that the Crown Prince and the other experts didn't notice that King Wang Hai wasn't killed by the 3 kings. It was Wang Hai was killed by him, Lin Ling. Men, pass on my orders. The army is to enter the palace. His Majesty, the Crown Prince roared. He seemed to want his subordinates to move out and crush Lin Ling. However, after he spoke, the surroundings were completely silent. It was as if other than the people present, there was no one else that he could mobilize. Big brother, you're still too slow. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the Imperial Palace was already under siege. King King Kings King 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 Kings Kings King King. S King 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 King. Could it be that the Imperial Palace, which possesses the majestic ocean of clouds, has been surrounded by countless people? Everyone looked at the person who walked over and realized it was the 2nd prince. When the 2nd prince walked out, he nodded at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, I hope I'm not late. This action caused everyone's eyes to flicker. The 2nd prince was admitting that Lin Ling was superior to him in front of everyone, and he would listen to all of Lin Ling's orders. Lin Ling nodded too. He looked at everyone and spoke in a cold voice. I am going to take her away in front of everyone. Anyone who dares to stop me, kill. His voice seemed to light up the fuse, and at the same time, a roar that shook the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom echoed. Kill. The earth shook, and the clouds in the sky were shaken apart. Those voices came from outside the palace, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. There were people who ran to the edge of the royal palace with fear. When they looked over, they saw the soldiers below the tall city walls. The entire palace was surrounded, and the surging crowd couldn't even see the border. Terrifying. Lin Ling had such terrifying rallying power. Such boldness was comparable to the royal clan of clouds. This made many people recall what Lin Ling said before. Did the royal clan of clouds only dare to do whatever they wanted when Lin Ling wasn't around? Right now, this statement was like a slap to the royal clan of clouds. If Lin Ling was in the Cloud Sea City, would the royal clan of clouds dare to do whatever they wanted? That powerful rallying power was enough to make the Crown Prince and Empress Dowager speechless. What? The soldiers are at the city walls. The Crown Prince was astonished and couldn't believe his eyes. He was surrounded. He was the Crown Prince and he was actually surrounded by Lin Ling. That pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. He then spoke coldly, You have won. You have displayed such terrifying rallying power. Today this emperor will let you leave. Let? Previously, when Lin Ling wanted to take her away, the Crown Prince wanted to stop him. Right now, the Crown Prince didn't want to embarrass himself, so he generously said that he would let Lin Ling leave. These words were extremely sarcastic. Was the Crown Prince qualified to say such words? But did Lin Ling need him to let him leave? Did Lin Ling need to leave? Are you trying to deceive yourself because you don't want to embarrass yourself? Lin Ling raised his right hand and pointed at the Crown Prince from afar, and then he spoke even more arrogantly, I'm taking her away today. If you dare to stop me, then I'll slaughter the entire imperial city. Slaughter the imperial city. Everyone in the square trembled. Lin Ling said that he would slaughter the imperial city and wash the imperial palace with blood right in front of the Crown Prince. It was extremely arrogant, but no one doubted the truth of his words. An army of a few 100,000 had surrounded the imperial palace. Even though the imperial palace had countless formidable cultivators, Lin Ling had them as well. So he deserved to slaughter the imperial city. Lin Ling was so arrogant that no one dared to stop him. You're very arrogant. The Crown Prince's heart trembled. He had fought with Lin Ling twice and lost each time. This was the third time, but this time it was even more terrifying. He was pointing at the Crown Prince's nose and saying that if he continued to be arrogant, then he would wash the imperial palace with blood. The Crown Prince couldn't speak, he didn't dare to speak. Even the imperial preceptor, Empress Dowager, and the experts of the Sublime Cord Temple didn't dare to speak. Lin Ling's determination was too strong. If he really wanted to slaughter the imperial city, then it would be a great war. No one could guarantee the result of this war, but they were sure that they wouldn't be able to survive. Your Majesty, you're just so. Yes, Lin Ling said softly. Then he strode towards the highest stage where the newlyweds were. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. Everyone's eyes followed him step by step, watching the young man who was like a king returning. This game is very interesting. I didn't expect you to come to me in the end. On top of the stairs, the young man in the red groom's red robe smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. Today was his wedding day, and yet he wasn't angry. Instead, he treated enemies at the gate as a game. What kind of courage was this? It's young Master Shang. Everyone's eyes flashed. Young Master Shang was the same age as Lin Ling. He also had outstanding talent and power. Perhaps he was the only one who didn't fear Lin Ling. Who are you? Oh. Chapter 376. Young Master Shang, you don't have the qualifications to know who I am. You just need to know that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is just a small city in the Cloud region. If it wasn't for the beauties in this city, I wouldn't even bother to come here. Right now, someone wants to snatch the beauty that I have my eyes on. Young Master Shang smiled faintly and slowly walked down. He then stood in front of Lin Ling and said, The geniuses of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom are very weak and very bad. They don't even have a heaven spirit realm cultivation, and only rely on the help of others. He didn't seem to like Yu Yun. He just fancied Yu Yun's beauty. In exchange, he would help the crown prince. Cloud region? Lin Ling stopped and looked at the young man in front of him. He frowned slightly. The appearance of this young man surprised him. This young man's strength was indeed very strong. He was about the same age as him, but he had reached the middle stage of the heaven spirit realm. At least he was sure that this terrifying talent wasn't found in the heaven mystics kingdom. That's right. The cloud region's saint race. You will always have to look up to the saint fire race. Young Master Shang spoke indifferently and looked down at Lin Ling arrogantly. Saint fire race? Lin Ling frowned again and heard frightened voices from all around. The saint race was an ancient race that lived in the cloud region. They had a longer history than the heaven mystics kingdom, the stone saint kingdom, and the snake swamp kingdom. It was rumored that they had the bloodline of a god, and had the powerful saint fire talent. They were the supreme race of the three kingdoms. It could be said that this saint race could easily unify the three kingdoms. However, they were high up and only yearned for strength. They weren't interested in the world of ants. No wonder the crown prince had to lower his head when he saw young Master Shang. How is it? Do you still dare to snatch my marriage after knowing my background? Arrogant Earth Spirit Realm Jr. Young Master Shang's light voice drifted out. Lin Ling had messed up his wedding, but he wasn't angry at all. This was because to him this was indeed a game. Prodigy against prodigy. One is a prodigy from the heaven mystics kingdom, and the other is from the saint race. Seeing the two youths of similar ages staring at each other, formless auras blossoming and colliding, the hearts of many people in the surroundings trembled. The world of geniuses was not something they could reach, they could only look up to. However, even though Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the heaven mystics kingdom, and among those of the same age, no one could surpass him in terms of cultivation level. However, young Master Shang from the saint race was obviously superior to Lin Ling in terms of skills. He was even more famous than Lin Ling. The heaven mystics kingdom is a small place, and the trash here are still competing for the imperial authority. They don't even know about the outside world, the 100 regions, which is the world of prodigies. Any prodigy that is born can easily decide the imperial authority. However, prodigies don't care about imperial authority. Only trash cares about it. The corners of young Master Saint's mouth curled up. You've said so much because you want to say that my vision is not as good as yours, that you're a true genius and I'm trash. Lin Ling looked at young Master Shang indifferently as his lips curled into a disdainful smile. Imperial power? Had he Lin Ling ever cared? This place was just a path for him to grow up. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. However, if you want to snatch my bride, fine. My saint race has always been reasonable. If you can make me step aside, then you can take her away. Young Master Shang smiled proudly. He seemed to still treat this as a game, and he stood in front of Lin Ling, making Lin Ling helpless. Young Master Shang is someone that even the crown prince has to respect. Lin Ling's strength is not comparable to him, and Lin Ling can't let the experts behind him make a move. After all, they are of the same age. If others were to make a move, Lin Ling would lose some face. The crowd was secretly surprised, but most of them sighed. Lin Ling killed his way into the palace today, and no one could stop him. Unfortunately, he was stopped by the saint race's prodigy expert, causing him to fail at the last moment. I don't know who the saint race is, but I just want to know. Didn't your elders tell you that there is always someone better? Being born into the saint race doesn't mean everything. Under the gazes of thousands of people, Lin Ling's face was calm, but a huge soul force rolled out, turning into a blade of nirvana, majestically attacking young Master Shang. Being stronger than you is my everything. Young Master Shang smiled coldly, but before he could finish his proud words, his face instantly changed. He sensed a nirvana aura coming at him, and it was very fast, directly attacking his soul. This was a pure soul attack. It had to be known that some people with powerful soul force would use attacks that were a mixture of soul force and spirit energy. There were very few pure soul force attacks, and this kind of pure soul attack was formless and colorless. There was no spirit energy rippling out, and it was extremely terrifying. Not good. Young Master Shang's eyes narrowed, and his body jumped. avoiding the blade of nirvana. However, when he opened a path, he found that the terrifying soul fluctuation had disappeared. When he looked back, he had opened a path for Lin Ling. Mocking others as trash from high above, but you can't stop them. Then the saint race's prodigy is worse than trash. Lin Ling didn't even look at young Master Shang and sneered with disdain. He took a big step and walked past young Master Shang, causing young Master Shang's face to turn extremely ugly. The surroundings were silent, and no one could understand this scene. They didn't know why young Master Shang gave Lin Ling a step back, but without a doubt, Lin Ling had slapped the high and mighty young Master Shang. This slap was very straightforward, but for some reason it made many people in the plaza feel satisfied. Perhaps they didn't like young Master Shang's arrogant attitude, comparing their Heaven Mystics Kingdom to trash. How is this possible? Young Master Shang whispered to himself. He still couldn't understand why he would embarrass himself by giving way to Lin Ling. He was the son of the saint race, and under the saint race millions of people were ants. Someone is helping you. Young Master Shang's deep voice echoed. He didn't believe that he would be afraid of Lin Ling. Who was the one who told me that I would never be able to surpass him? Now that I have lost, you say that someone is helping me? Is the saint race so shameless? Lin Ling continued to walk forward and spoke indifferently with young Master Shang on his back. Young Master Shang's breathing became heavy, and a terrifying killing intent spread from his body. He was like a raging flame, and his astral body was actually of the fire attribute. You say that someone is helping him, but do you have evidence? Did anyone see it? Sorry, we only saw you giving way. Giving way means you have lost. Could it be that you don't want to embarrass yourself, so you are finding such a shameless excuse? Right at this moment, a large number of people arrived. They were the three pillars He Yenshan, Feng Moshui, and the others. They were highly respected in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and their words were naturally more convincing. This caused everyone to look at young Master Shang with mocking eyes, which made young Master Shang's face turn ashen. Just a moment ago, young Master Shang was still saying that being stronger meant everything. However, before he could finish his sentence, he gave way. This contrast was extremely ironic. Who do you think you are? If young Master Shang says that you are wrong, then you are wrong. Who asked you to surpass him? Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed. On the other side, an elder's body turned into an invisible astral wind and pounced towards Lin Ling. His hand grabbed at Lin Ling with a terrifying aura. Pa! Pa! The air was torn apart, and the tyrannical aura of the Heaven Spirit Essence Core was released. Chapter 377. Today's main character. Many people's eyes narrowed. This person was too shameless. Lin Ling fought with young Master Shang, and Lin Ling won with his own strength. However, that person acted unfairly. This also meant that after young Master Shang lost, he used the power behind him to act. It was extremely shameless. Since you guys are so shameless, then I can also act. Just as the astral wind hand was about to grab Lin Ling, a cold shout rang out. Woo! In the sky, tens of thousands of ghosts howled, and countless spirits rushed over. A mysterious banner appeared in the sky, and with a light wave, those terrifying spirits actually turned into a huge palm and slammed down heavily on the old man. Late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The elder's expression changed slightly. He had no choice but to give up on Lin Ling and slammed his astral wind hand towards the sky. Rumble. The two palms collided, and the wind and clouds rolled. Countless ghosts scattered, and the astral wind hand also shattered. Thump. 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 The elder who launched the sneak attack took 3 steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was an expert at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm, that mysterious person was obviously stronger than him. Who was it? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked up at the sky. They saw an elder in a gray robe slowly floating down. The ghost banner behind him fluttered, making him look like the king of ghosts. Who was this person? Suddenly, someone's eyes narrowed. Controlling ghosts? Could he be one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? The Ghost Marshal? It's the Ghost Marshal. Didn't he go into seclusion? Why is he protecting Lin Ling today? Finally, someone confirmed the elder's identity, and those words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air again. They thought that Lin Ling had already shown everything today, but who knew that even the reclusive ghost marshal was Lin Ling's man? Lin Ling's rallying power was too terrifying. Subconsciously, the crowd looked towards Lin Ling, and their hearts suddenly trembled again. At this moment, Lin Ling was still ascending the stairs, and the great battle from before seemed as if it had nothing to do with him. His calmness and composure seemed as if he wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, and he was like a true king that had returned. That kind of feeling, other than shock in everyone's hearts, could not find any other words to describe it. Lin Ling was very dazzling today. The saint race is very noble and powerful, but don't you dare bully my Heaven Mystics Kingdom, just because we don't have anyone capable. If you launch a sneak attack after losing, the reputation of the saint race will be tarnished by you. The ghost marshal stopped beside Lin Ling and nodded slightly at Lin Ling. He then looked down at young Master Shang. How dare you? Do you think you are qualified to speak to the young master? It wasn't just one person following young Master Saint. There were 3 other old men on the other side. They were coldly looking at the ghost commander, but the ghost commander didn't say anything. He was still looking at young Master Saint with a mocking expression. Young Master Shang's expression kept changing. Finally, he shouted coldly, "Fourth Saint, stop." He couldn't lose the reputation of the saint race anymore. After all, he lost to Lin Ling in front of everyone. If he let his subordinates launch a sneak attack, then what reputation would the saint race have? For a moment, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. They only looked at the blue-robed youth with burning eyes. That figure looked slender, but for some reason, it was like an indomitable god of war. At this moment, Lin Ling was walking up the stairs step by step. At the end of the stairs, the bride Yu Man-yun, who was wearing a phoenix coronet, had tears in her beautiful eyes. She seemed to see the sky. Her mother was looking at her with a smile. She seemed to be saying to her, "Little Yun, in this world everyone has abandoned you, but there will always be one person who will protect you. That person will eventually step on the stairs, sweep through all the heroes, and rescue you from the abyss. Fate will end with you." She vaguely remembered what her mother said to her when she was young. Now the youth was stepping on the stairs, coming from the horizon. All the obstacles were swept away, and he rescued her from the abyss. "Young master," Yu Man-yun murmured. "Sorry I'm late." At the peak of the stairs, Lin Ling looked at the kind and gentle girl, smiled slightly, and stretched out his hand. "Let's go, I'll take you away." It was a gentle sentence, but it was as heavy as a mountain, and it carried the determination to slay immortals and demons. The girl nodded heavily. She stretched out her hand, and it was held by the youth. At this moment, her uneasy heart seemed to have found a shelter. Looking at Yu Man-yun's delicate face with tears, Lin Ling smiled gently. Then, he held Yu Man-yun's hand and walked down the stairs step by step. At this moment, the entire square was silent. Today was Yu Man-yun's wedding, and the groom was young Master Shang from the Saint clan. But now they suddenly had an illusion. The most beautiful bride in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the person who was worthy of her, was the handsome youth in a blue and white robe. The youth was more like the groom at this moment. "So beautiful," someone said from the bottom of his heart. That scene was indeed very beautiful. The girl was like a fairy, and her every move was elegant and gorgeous. The youth was extraordinarily handsome and arrogant. This was the true match made in heaven. Clap, clap. For some reason, someone started clapping. Gradually, the entire square applauded like thunder. They seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the newlyweds. As if sensing the applause in the palace, the soldiers outside the palace also applauded like thunder. Boom! In the sky, fireworks bloomed, and the bright fireworks lit up the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The maple leaves are floating down. "I'm so happy now." Yu Man-yun had already forgotten how to cry. She reached out with her other hand, as if she was catching the maple leaf that was falling from the sky. The smile on her face was so beautiful that it was enough to make everyone around her secretly envious. Lin Ling. Yes. Looking at the 2 people who were in the limelight, everyone on the crown prince's side had ugly expressions. Sarcasm, full of sarcasm. They married Yu Man-yun to the Saint clan and wanted to curry favor with the Saint clan. However, in the end, Lin Ling suppressed the 3rd prince, obliterated the 6th princess and Wang Haiwang, angrily rebuked the Empress Dowager, humiliated the Crown Prince, and even defeated young Master Shang and took Yuman Yun away. They, who were supposed to be the main characters, were like supporting characters and became a joke. Of course, young Master Shang's face was also extremely gloomy. He was the son of the Saint clan, and his marriage was actually snatched away. The celebratory voices around him were like mocking voices that poured into his ears. He was so humiliated that he couldn't show his face. "Lin Ling, you're so powerful." Under Lin Ling's curtain, everyone laughed. They already knew that Lin Ling, the return of the king, could definitely change everything. Now it was indeed so. Lin Ling had once again created a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. "Young Master Shang, humph, you're asking for humiliation." Li Junwang and the other two looked at young Master Shang with disdain. After all, this was their Heaven Mystics Kingdom's matter. However, the high and mighty young Master Shang interfered and wanted to humiliate Lin Ling and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the end, he slapped his own face. "Today, I've returned to announce something." Chapter 378. Sensational news. Silence. The entire plaza was silent. Even the entire Cloud Sea City was silent. Commander Talisman. That was the Commander Talisman that the Ghost Marshal left behind in the North Ice. The Ghost Marshal might be one of the three pillars, but the power he possessed was much more terrifying than the other two pillars. For example, He Yinshan was able to summon all the alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. As for Elder He didn't have the ability to summon anyone, but he had tyrannical strength. As for the Ghost Marshal, he had the million-strong army left behind by the King of Cloud Sea. It was certain that whoever obtained the Commander Talisman would own half of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, the Ghost Marshal had placed the Commander Talisman in the 100 Generals battle, and it belonged to whoever won. Commander Talisman. The Crown Prince breathed heavily. If he obtained it, he would be the King of Cloud Sea. This is the reason why I came out of seclusion. Hand over the Commander Talisman and let the Heaven Mystics Kingdom have peace. The Ghost Marshal spoke again. The eyes of the people on the Crown Prince's side were constantly flickering. They seemed to have seen the Crown Prince becoming the King of Cloud Sea. On the other hand, Lin Ling's people were frowning. The rule of the 100 Generals battle was that all prodigies below the age of 25 could participate. Currently, Lin Ling's side might have a lot of experts, but there were very few prodigies below the age of 25. The only dazzling one was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was only 18 years old, and his aura wasn't even at the Heaven Spirit realm. How could he compare to the Crown Prince's people? Could the Ghost Marshal not have come out of seclusion for Lin Ling? All right, Ghost Marshal. A gentleman keeps his word. Your Commander Talisman, this Emperor will take it. In the silence, the Crown Prince's voice echoed, causing the second prince and the others to frown even more. It is too early to make a decision now. Let's wait until the 100 Generals battle is over. Furthermore, you might not be able to win. The Ghost Marshal smiled faintly and looked deeply at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled as well. He knew that the Ghost Marshal had indeed come out of seclusion for him, below the age of 25. Interesting. I, young Master Shang, will also participate in the 100 Generals battle. At that moment, a soft laughter sounded. The crowd looked over and realized that the person who had spoken was young Master Shang. Young Master Shang did not pay attention to the surrounding gazes. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling and tilted his head arrogantly. You will be participating too, right? He was declaring war. It was obvious that he had lost not long ago and had lost all his face. Now, he wanted to regain his face through the 100 Generals battle. However, Sir Shang came from the distant sacred clan and possessed a powerful innate spirit of holy fire. He was also a genius of the sky spirit realm. Who would be his match if he joined the battle? He even interfered in the affairs of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, relying on the nurturing of the saint race. This young Master Shang is so shameless. The crowd secretly said. Naturally, young Master Shang can participate. Young Master Shang might not be a member of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but as long as one has the title of Great General, one can participate in the 100 Generals tournament. Right now, this emperor is announcing to the world that young Master Shang has the status of a great general. At that moment, the crown prince's voice also sounded. He was over 25 years old and therefore could not participate. However, young Master Shang was participating in his place. This meant that he had a 90% chance of winning. However, his actions were too despicable and sinister. Many people despised him for giving the identity of young Master Shang at such a critical moment. The peerlessly domineering crown prince was using such a shameless method in order to win. Once the commander's seal is out, who dares to compete? Since this is the case, I will also participate. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was the third prince. He was 25 years old and had met the qualifications. It was obvious that he was also determined to obtain the commander's seal. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled coldly. Lin Ling, I admit that you are terrifying and hateful. However, the 100 Generals battle does not depend on strength. It depends on individuals. Therefore, let us settle this in the battle. He had issued a life or death challenge to Lin Ling. He seemed to think that Lin Ling's good days had come to an end, and that he would lose the 100 Generals battle without a doubt. Therefore, he had decided to fight personally. It seems like every time you lose face, you do not reflect on yourself. Alright, see you in the 100 Generals battle. Hearing the third prince's cold smile, Lin Ling spoke softly. He then turned his head and looked at young Master Shang. Obviously, he knew that young Master Shang was his true opponent. Young Master Shang's gaze was naturally on Lin Ling as well. There was a flame in his lazy eyes that bloomed invisibly. I have said that today is a game. You may have won previously, but the game is not over. He still treated today's matter as a game and was extremely arrogant. From the moment I stepped into the palace, the game was already over. I started this era, so I will end it. I will return the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to its former glory. Ignoring young Master Shang's temporary pride, Lin Ling spoke softly. After he finished speaking, he led the crowd away with large strides. I am sorry that the wedding of the royal family of the Cloud Sea was a failure. However, we still have to drink the wedding banquet. Wine come. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling strolled forward. At the same time, he waved his right hand and the wine on the table far away was brought to him. He then took a sip. This wedding banquet doesn't taste good. It seemed to be a calm action, but it was filled with endless mockery. It was as if he was saying that today was the wedding of the entire kingdom, but the result of this wedding was a complete disgrace. Even the wedding banquet didn't look like a wedding banquet anymore. This action undoubtedly caused everyone to react. When they recalled what had happened, they immediately covered their mouths and laughed. Lin Ling. The faces of the Empress Dowager and the others were filled with murderous intent. Lin Ling had humiliated the royal family of the Cloud Sea in front of the world again. This time, even the crown prince couldn't bear the humiliation. He said softly, "A moment of pride doesn't mean the future. Lin Ling, you are on your own." He was threatening Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's aura wasn't even at the heavenly spirit realm. He would definitely lose in the battle of 100 generals. Lin Ling stopped walking and slowly turned around. He looked at the crown prince quietly and said coldly, "Say that again." Silence. Following Lin Ling's question, the entire plaza was silent. The crown prince's breathing became heavy. Suddenly, he didn't dare to speak anymore. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with madness and indifference. If he, the crown prince, were to be arrogant, then he would slaughter the entire royal palace. Lin Ling might not have any hope of seizing the marshal's residence, but the royal palace was still surrounded by Lin Ling's massive forces. On that day, the news spread throughout the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom and caused thousands of waves. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's #1 prodigy Lin Ling was fearless. He was enraged for a woman and led his troops into the royal palace. He finally rescued Princess Yu Yun. Lin Ling had once again created a legend in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Many people were silently praising Lin Ling's actions. After all, they knew of the tyrannical imperial authority. Normally, they would be infuriated, but in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was at least one youth with a pure and innocent heart who despised the imperial authority. Most importantly, Lin Ling had humiliated the prodigies of the saint race and fought for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The second piece of news was that once the commander seal was out, no one could compete. The battle of 100 generals this time was obviously more eye-catching. Whoever obtained first place would have an army of 1,000,000 soldiers. However, many people sighed secretly. It was said that Lin Ling didn't even have the strength of the heavenly spirit realm. This battle of 100 generals probably had nothing to do with him. Furthermore, if Lin Ling dared to participate, there would definitely be many people who wanted his life. Lin Ling's strength came from his charisma and potential. In terms of strength, he was still too young. Chapter 379. Battle of 100 Generals in the quiet courtyard. The warm sunlight shone down. "Little sir, thank you." Yu Munyun's clear and melodious voice rang out. She bowed slightly to Lin Ling. Her delicate body was slender and graceful, and her purple clothes fluttered in the wind. She was indescribably agile and elegant. Her voice was the most pleasant among all the girls that Lin Ling knew. Perhaps it had something to do with her zither skills. Moreover, in terms of noble temperament, Yu Munyun was also the strongest among all the girls. She was like a well-deserved princess. I'm just trying my best." In a small courtyard under an ancient maple tree, a young man sat quietly with his hands as a pillow. Yu Munyun's beautiful eyes flickered continuously. She was touched. Lin Ling made it sound simple, but she knew that not everyone could kill their way into the palace in front of everyone. The maple leaves are floating down. She looked around with her beautiful eyes. The ancient maple trees swayed in the wind, and the leaves fell everywhere, adding to the beauty of the small courtyard. For some reason, Yu Munyun liked this kind of tranquility very much. She took out the guzheng and played it gently. The clear sound that was like a bell in an empty valley sounded, causing Lin Ling, who was leaning against the maple tree, to smile. He closed his eyes and fell asleep gently. The young man and the young woman were immersed in that warm time. Outside the small courtyard, many people smiled and did not disturb that beautiful scene. "Lin Ling, thank you." In the distance, Sky Melody Cultivator smiled gently. He carried his guzheng and slowly came to the outer city. There was a small river there. The river water gurgled and willow leaves swayed by the river. Sky Melody Cultivator took out his guzheng and played it quietly. There, Yu Munyun's deceased mother was still waiting for him. "Little boat, your destiny has been ended by him." Upon hearing the sound of Yuyu's river, Sky Melody smiled and nodded. "Lin Ling, thank you." Unknowingly, another day had passed. "Lin Ling, bad news. The Yu clan and the Lu clan have betrayed us." Lin Ling was just about to cultivate when the second prince, Yunixuan, strode over. His voice made Lin Ling frown slightly. The Yu clan, the Lu clan, and other ancient clans had joined Lin Ling's camp because of his rise to power. They had also received many benefits from the second prince. But now, because of the 100 Generals battle, they had all betrayed him. They were obviously not optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. In the battle of the 100 Generals, many people thought that you would be beaten back to your original form. The final outcome would be death. Yunixuan was extremely worried. At this moment, Sovereign King Li and the others arrived as well. All of them were frowning. Did they say anything? Lin Ling asked indifferently. They said that this is fate. No matter how hard you Lin Ling work, it's useless. In the end, you'll only be working for others. Moreover, they have joined the third prince's camp. If the third prince wants to harm you, they'll be the vanguard. The second prince said angrily. Those people were too snobbish. If you were strong, they would follow you. If you were weak, they would be the first to step on you. Other than them, who else? Lin Ling asked again. The city lord of Broken Saber City, Commander Wu, and the others. These people have joined the crown prince's camp. Sovereign King Li and the others had a cold look in their eyes. These people want us dead. All right, if we win, we'll wash them with blood. Lin Ling said coldly. A murderous aura spread from him. Everyone wanted him dead. What made him feel the most uncomfortable was that they used to be his people, but now they had turned their blades against him. Under such circumstances, Lin Ling didn't want them and even dared to betray him. That meant that he had to take back all the grooming. The most despicable one is the Ghost Marshal. If he didn't take out the Marshal's residence to seize the world, we wouldn't have suffered such losses. Lord Duan said in a low voice. Whoever obtained the marshal's residence would obtain the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. That was why those traitors chose sides. If the ghost marshal didn't take out the marshal's residence and gave it to Lin Ling directly, how would all these happen? Lin Ling smiled slightly. He has put in a lot of effort. Everyone was surprised. The ghost marshal had put in a lot of effort? What did that mean? Could it be that if he put the marshal's residence in the 100 Generals battle, Lin Ling would definitely be able to obtain it? Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. He planned to improve his strength during this period of time. As for the ghost marshal's actions, he approved of it. 1. Once the marshal's talisman was out, Lin Ling would be able to obtain it. 2. Making use of the 100 Generals battle, Lin Ling would be able to clearly see those who were kicking him when he was down and those who were loyal and devoted. As for obtaining the marshal's talisman, everyone thought that Lin Ling hadn't reached the Heaven Spirit realm, but they didn't know that it was because of the ghost marshal's spirit sealing ghost talisman, which suppressed Lin Ling's aura presence. However, Lin Ling's strength wasn't as simple as it looked. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged and had 3 types of flames on his body, which made him look like a god of flames. In his dantian there were circles of blue Heaven Spirit Essence Core's aura presence, which was extremely terrifying. The 9 nether heavenly flames, the 7-blade Skyfire, the concept of War God, and the world-cleansing demonic flame were Lin Ling's trump cards. They were enough for him to defeat any early-stage Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. He was even confident that he could kill a mid-stage Sky Spirit Realm cultivator. After all, the world-cleansing demonic flames was a terrifying 10th grade innate spirit body. While he was cultivating in seclusion, all the prodigies in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom were trying their best. Lin Ling, my spear isn't that easy to take. At the peak of a mountain, a young man stood there with lightning crackling all over his body. The clouds in the sky were roiling with dark clouds. This young man was Bai Yunfei. Back at the cloud auction, Lin Ling had stolen one of Bai Yunfei's armaments. Now that the 100 Generals battle was over, Bai Yunfei could finally kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, the 100 Generals war will be your doomsday. On the other side, Hung Tianqing was inside a giant bronze bell. Tadpole-like notes were revolving around him, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Many people wanted Lin Ling to die. Lin Ling's strength came from his ability to rally supporters, but the 100 Generals war was based on individual strength. Lin Ling's formidable strength couldn't even unleash its full potential. Time passed by quietly, and on this day, the 100 Generals war arrived as promised. The entire Heaven Mystic's kingdom was in an uproar. The 100 Generals war was held every 2 years, and it symbolized the rise of the prodigies. The participants could only be below the age of 25, and they were all true prodigies. What made everyone look forward to the most was that this 100 Generals war was different from the previous years. It represented the final decision of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom's king. Everyone was rushing towards the Cloud Sea City. Even the people from the other 2 kingdoms, the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom, were gathering madly towards the Cloud Sea City. Everyone wanted to see how strong the prodigies of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, who were below the age of 25, were. They also wanted to see how outstanding the Saint's son from the Saint race was. For 3 days, the Cloud Sea City was surrounded by countless martial artists, and the entire city was locked down. After all, there were too many people, and the Cloud Sea City couldn't accommodate them all. However, those martial artists didn't leave. They stayed outside the Cloud Sea City to watch the war. In short, this 100 Generals war was unprecedentedly intense. Chapter 380. The Forgotten Genius. In the Battle of 100 Generals, other than the original 30 general talents, it is said that there are many newcomers participating. The most terrifying one is probably the Saint of the Saint race. I didn't expect such a godlike genius to come to the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. If I can see him display his talent, my strength will probably increase a little. The Saint, Shang Fifan, is known as Young Master Shang. He naturally didn't stay to sweep the general talents, but to deal with Lin Ling. Lin Ling stole his woman. Shang Fifan will definitely kill Lin Ling. Early in the morning, the Cloud Sea City was abuzz with discussions. Everyone had arrived. From afar, a group of people was marching over. The person in the lead was sitting on a palanquin, emitting an inviolable aura. It was the Empress Dowager. Beside the Empress Dowager was an old man in a golden monk's robe. His face was kind and calm, causing others to have a good impression of him at first glance. Sublime Cord Temple's Elder Shungda, the crowd exclaimed. In the past, the hosts of the Battle of 100 Generals were King Yunhai and Sublime Cord Temple. Now that King Yunhai had disappeared, it was naturally the Empress Dowager and Sublime Cord Temple's hosts. The Ghost Marshal is here too. Someone pointed not far away. Then they realized that the Ghost Marshal had handed over the commander's seal, allowing this year's Battle of 100 Generals to reach its peak. Therefore, he was qualified to be one of the hosts. The three of them were the hosts. His Majesty the Crown Prince is here. At this moment another person exclaimed. From afar, another large group of people was approaching. The leader was a youth riding on a golden dragon Qilin, symbolizing the dominance of an emperor. It was the Crown Prince. Beside him, young Master Shang was riding on a pure white single-horned horse. He seemed to have a higher status, representing the nobility of the saint race. Behind the two of them was one of the top 30 geniuses. This group of people had a majestic aura, like celestial soldiers and generals. Many people were shocked. The Crown Prince didn't care about the surrounding gazes. He looked to the other side where another group of people was strolling over. The leader was the third prince. Big brother, once the commander's seal is out, no one can compete. Today I won't let you win. The third prince's calm voice rang out. He seemed to be determined to obtain the commander's residence. Of course, this was normal. If he obtained the commander's seal, then he would be able to turn defeat into victory and stand above the Crown Prince and Lin Ling. You're very confident, but it's useless. The Crown Prince sneered as he stared at a young man beside the third prince. The young man was dressed in black and had a black veil covering his face. He looked extremely mysterious. This person wasn't one of the 30 geniuses, he was a stranger. Clearly, in order to win, the third prince had invited a hidden genius to help him. Tell me your name. The Crown Prince said calmly. The black-clothed young man was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "The 6th Knight of the Stone Saint Nation." As soon as this voice came out, the crowd fell silent for a moment. But soon cries of surprise rang out like a wave. Some of the people here came from the other two nations to watch the battle, so they naturally knew about the 6th Knight of the Stone Saint Nation. This was a mysterious circle of geniuses. No one knew where they came from. They only knew that they had left the cloud region before. There were 6 of them, and they were called the first knight to the 6th knight. Their strength was extremely terrifying. The third prince had actually invited such hidden geniuses. This meant that he had offered a huge reward. However, many people felt that it was shameful. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had always been enemies. In order to win, the third prince had actually invited the enemy to help him. This move was ugly. You have some strength, but you're still not a match for young Master Shang. The Crown Prince shook his head lightly. The two groups of people moved forward in a mighty manner, which made the crowd even more expectant. Right now, 2 groups of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had appeared. What about the second prince's side? As if guessing what everyone was thinking, the second prince's men finally arrived. There were the 3 kings He Yenshan, Feng Moshui, and other experts of the older generation. However, many people secretly shook their heads. The Battle of 100 Generals was a battle of geniuses. There seemed to be no geniuses in the second prince's camp. Li Xianxiao, the Battle of 100 Generals depends on you. Stop! The second prince stopped and said to a young man beside him. That young man was wearing a black robe. He was handsome like jade and his eyes were like stars. After hearing the second prince's words, he smiled slightly. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will definitely not embarrass you. After all, I have received your and Lin Ling's favor. Yes. In this battle, we will win glory for your Majesty. Yes. There were a few people behind the young man. They also smiled and nodded. Li Xianxiao? For a moment everyone was stunned. Then they were all astonished. Among the 108 general stars, the most famous ones were those ranked before the 30th. Those ranked after the 30th could only be considered ordinary geniuses. Li Xianxiao was the #1 genius among the 108 general stars. He had just returned from another place, but no one expected him to join the second prince's camp. They seemed to have 10 geniuses in each camp. Yes, someone took a closer look and gasped. His Majesty the Crown Prince, His Majesty the Third Prince, and His Majesty the Second Prince had divided the 30-star geniuses among themselves. Each of them had roughly 10-star geniuses. Thus, everyone was looking forward to seeing who would win the battle of the 100 generals. Of course, with young Master Shang around, no matter how one looked at it, His Majesty the Crown Prince still had the highest chance of winning. After the 3 camps appeared, everyone was looking forward to the battle of 100 generals. However, someone suddenly shouted, "Wait, we seem to have forgotten someone." Huh. Everyone was stunned. Indeed, they had forgotten someone. That person was none other than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the youngest genius. Unfortunately, he was only 18 years old. Therefore, compared to the 20-year-old general stars, his foundation was still shallow. This caused many people to forget about him. Perhaps from the moment the Battle of 100 Generals began, they already knew that Lin Ling had already lost. Lin Ling is so pitiful. He is a youth comparable to His Majesty the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a role to play now. What's there to be pitiful about? In this world, the strong are respected. Lin Ling only relied on the strong of the older generation. However, the strong of the older generation can be deceived by him for a while, but not forever. Now Lin Ling has been beaten back to his original state. A pitiful person must have a sad side. The crowd discussed animatedly. Some were gloating, some were sympathetic, and some were lamenting. Lin Ling, did he run away? His Majesty the Crown Prince chuckled. The people behind him also laughed disdainfully. In the past, Lin Ling was so mighty and arrogant. However, when the Battle of 100 Generals began, Lin Ling's advantages could no longer be used. In the end, he could only die alone. The laughter came from His Majesty the Crown Prince's side. Gradually, His Majesty the Third Prince's side began to laugh as well. I wonder who was the one who remained silent in the imperial palace. I wonder who was the one who was so scared that his entire body trembled. It seems that the pain of yesterday has disappeared. Today he has forgotten his wounds. Are people always so shameless and forgetful? At this moment a clear voice sounded, causing the entire city to go silent. Countless people's hearts trembled. That voice seemed to be mocking His Majesty the Crown Prince's silence in the imperial palace. A domineering and unparalleled king was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Moreover, that voice seemed to be mocking His Majesty the Third Prince's trembling body that day. In the end he stepped aside. That was a disgrace to the imperial family. Chapter 381. The Battlefield of Blood and Slaughter. Numerous gazes swept through the surroundings. A few figures were walking over from afar in a carefree and composed manner. 5 of them were young women, and all of them were devastatingly beautiful. Moreover, all of them had their own styles. Some were elegant, some were agile, some were beautiful, and some were pure and wise. It made countless people reveal envy in their eyes. These 5 girls were very beautiful. As the 5 of them walked together, they formed a beautiful scenery. A handsome young man at the age of 18 stood in front of them. He wore a blue and white robe while his long hair was tied behind his head, and he gave others an extraordinary yet capable feeling. Moreover, his features were sharp as if they'd been carved with a blade, and his handsome appearance carried a wisp of desolate killing intent. Lin Ling is here. The entire city fell silent. Lin Ling hadn't fled. Even if he'd lost all hope, he'd still come. Moreover, he had 5 devastatingly beautiful young women following behind him, and it made many feel envious and unwilling. Perhaps Lin Ling had started to fall from grace, but no matter how down he wasn't someone they could laugh at. On the other hand, the Crown Prince and the others gazed at Lin Ling as well, and there was a faint wisp of fear in their eyes. Lin Ling was about to fall from grace because he hadn't attained the heavenly spirit realm, but the young man from all those years ago still gave them a deep sense of humiliation. So, even if they felt complacent in their hearts, they still felt slightly afraid of the young man. Bang! Right at this moment an explosion resounded. A black coffin had suddenly crashed down from the sky, and young Master Shang was leaning indifferently by the side of the coffin. He pointed lightly at the coffin and said, "I'll leave this to you. I'll take care of your woman for you." Lin Ling had just arrived, and he'd issued a shocking challenge. Young Master Shang had prepared a coffin in advance and was waiting for Lin Ling to enter it. This was an act of arrogance and contempt. How domineering! As expected of a holy son. The crowd gasped. The crown prince and the others had fallen silent after Lin Ling appeared here, but the holy son from the sacred race wasn't afraid at all. He still seemed to treat the battle as a game, and the outcome of the game was life and death. The coffin represented death, and he left it for Lin Ling. "This coffin is too small for me to lie in. I'll leave it to you." Lin Ling sneered with a mocking look in his eyes. "Who gets the coffin? I'll be waiting for you in the final battle." Young Master Saint shrugged and smiled. His smile was filled with endless killing intent. Their gazes collided in mid-air, creating invisible sparks. These two were the youngest participants in the Battle of 100 Generals. They were both 18 years old. However, one was a true ancient genius and the other was a genius who was about to fall. Lin Ling was the latter. It's a pity that he won't make it to the final battle. Not far away, His Majesty the Third Prince interjected gloatingly. "You're an ant, but you don't have the awareness of an ant. Lin Ling was able to step on your head in the past. I can do it now, and I can do it in the future." Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and didn't bother to say anything more. Instead, he walked towards the second prince. His words caused the third prince's face to darken. Although Lin Ling had lost all hope for some reason, he had a feeling that Lin Ling could kill him easily. As for why he hadn't killed him yet, it was because he was too weak. Lin Ling wanted to deal with him slowly after taking care of his strong opponent. This feeling made the third prince very uncomfortable. He had been reduced to an ant. "Lin Ling, you're here." The second prince and the others had complicated expressions. It wasn't that they looked down on Lin Ling, but rather that they were worried about Lin Ling. After all, they had also sensed that Lin Ling's aura was still not at the sky spirit realm. "I'll definitely be here when the final battle comes." Lin Ling smiled faintly. His calm smile caused the second prince and the others to relax. This youth was always filled with confidence, and they could never see through him. "So you're Lin Ling? You're indeed younger than I imagined. I'm Li Xianxiao, and I'll be a general who will fight alongside you." Li Xianxiao and the others walked over with a smile. "It's my utmost honor." Lin Ling was slightly surprised, but he still nodded with a smile. After that, he learned about the origins of these people from the second prince, and his heart grew heavier. Li Xianxiao, the former #1 general, was actually helping him? "Don't worry, we're not completely without hope in the Battle of 100 Generals. As long as we obtain the commander's seal, Lin Ling, you'll be able to shut the mouths of those who look down on you." The second prince was filled with confidence. Lin Ling nodded, but for some reason he had a strange feeling about Li Xianxiao and the others. Of course, this might just be an illusion. The Battle of 100 Generals is about to begin. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. Golden light shone in the sky as an elder floated up, his voice resounding like the might of the heavens. "I, Elder Shangda, am honored to be the judge of this Battle of 100 Generals, so I'll first explain the rules. The late emperor's will states that generals must experience blood and slaughter. Only by experiencing slaughter and bloodshed can one become a general talent and a top genius. Therefore, the first stage of the Battle of 100 Generals is a battlefield of blood and slaughter. The strong will advance while the weak will be eliminated." Although the voice was benevolent and righteous, it was too fierce and murderous, causing the crowd's expression to change slightly. A battlefield of slaughter. If a cultivator wanted to grow, they couldn't escape slaughter. Only through bloody battles could a cultivator completely rise to the top. Slaughter? Very interesting. The 108 General Stars sneered. Not only were they not afraid, but they were even more interested. The battlefield of blood and slaughter will last for 2 hours before it reaches the general's arena. Remember, once the chain of blood and slaughter is broken, you'll be disqualified. Elder Shangda spoke again. Clearly, the battlefield of blood and slaughter was used to eliminate the weaker generals. 2 hours. Time was tight. Every participant will receive a guiding jade token. Elder Shangda waved his hand, and a large amount of light bloomed and landed in the hands of every general who was about to fight, causing the people around them to be extremely envious. Being able to obtain a guiding jade token was an honor, and it represented the pride of a genius general. Our jade tokens are all number 9, which means that we'll take the blood slaughter chain number 9. Li Xianxiao looked at the jade token in his hand. Lin Ling nodded as well. His token was also number 9, and then he looked to the side. Senior sister, and what about you? And Yuer was also on the second prince's side, so she was qualified to participate. Mine is also number 9. And Yuer said. Lin Ling nodded. In this way, he could walk the same path as Yuer. Time's up. Begin. Begin. Rumble. Ocean of Cloud City shook. Numerous enormous martial platforms charged out from the ancient imperial palace and floated in midair like leaves. Moreover, the martial platforms were surrounded by circles of blood-red clouds that enveloped them. The martial platforms were clearly the general's arena, and the blood-red clouds were the battlefield of blood and slaughter. At the same time, rays of light appeared in Ocean of Cloud City, and those who possessed a guiding jade token could enter. Lin Ling and Yuer exchanged glances, and then they stepped into the light as well. In the next moment, Lin Ling appeared on the battlefield of blood and slaughter. It seemed to be within the blood-red clouds, and the surroundings were blood-red. Senior sister and isn't here? What? Chapter 382. Betrayal. The slaughter has begun. Kill. At the same time, they could clearly see the world within the blood clouds. It was filled with slaughter, and the strong remained while the weak were eliminated. Die. Kill. Large amounts of bloody shadows fell from the sky. They were all late Earth Spirit Realm generals. In the distance, the Empress Dowager and Crown Prince sneered. This was a game of imperial power. The strong could work for the royal family, while the weak were dispensable. It didn't matter if they died. In the world of martial Dao, one had to face the trials of life and death, if they wanted to be above others, and have the ability to rule over everything. If one feared death, then one could only become an ordinary person. Right now, the Crown Prince's only opponent was the third prince. As for the second prince, he'd already eliminated him. This kind of elimination was a joint effort. The Crown Prince and the third prince seemed to have come to an agreement long ago. Look, all of the second prince's generals have been wiped out in the battlefield of blood and slaughter. And it's the Crown Prince and the third prince's men working together. Kill. Someone exclaimed as they looked at the rolling clouds in the sky. Only those in the late stage of the Earth Spirit Realm under the age of 25 were qualified to participate in the Battle of Generals. As for the second prince's side, apart from Li Xianxiao and a few other top generals, there were many other late-stage Earth Spirit Realm generals who were also helping out. But now they'd all been wiped out. How despicable, they actually worked together. But where are Li Xianxiao and the others? Someone shouted again, but in the next moment, everyone's pupils constricted as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Not only did Li Xianxiao and the others not stop them, but they joined in the slaughter. They seemed to have betrayed the second prince. Apologies, I'm one of the third prince's men. I only joined you to eliminate you completely. Kill. Li Xuanxiao's voice sounded from the sky as he shrugged. Li Xianxiao, you're so treacherous. Kill. The second prince's expression changed drastically as he stared blankly at the sky. He'd bet everything on Li Xianxiao and the others, but he hadn't known that he'd been betrayed. Yunixuan, I didn't think much of you from the beginning. Lin Ling is going to die, and so are you. Li Xuanxiao's cold laughter rang out, causing the eyes of everyone on the second prince's side to turn red. They'd had the lowest hopes to begin with, but who knew that Li Xianxiao would collude with the enemy and trick all of the second prince's generals into gathering together, making it easier to wipe them out? This was adding insult to injury. From now on, I'm a man of His Majesty the Third Prince. And in this battle of 100 generals, not a single one of His Majesty the Second Prince's men will remain. Li Xuanxiao's laughter rang out once more. He didn't seem to feel ashamed of his actions. Instead, he was proud of them. The victor was king, the loser. This was an unchanging principle. People only cared about the results and no one cared about the process. This was especially true when it came to the competition for imperial power. This was not a game. Ruthlessness and mercilessness were unavoidable. B. In everyone's eyes, Li Xianxiao was attacking the last person under the second prince's banner. It was in Yue. However, he didn't kill her cruelly, as if he didn't want to destroy her most beautiful face. Therefore, he gently waved his hand, and a translucent green poisonous liquid landed on Yuer's body, causing Yuer's delicate body to tremble. She had been poisoned. Perhaps to Li Xianxiao, even if a beauty died, she had to die prettily. Alright, the trash has been eliminated. Let's see the battle on the stage. His Majesty the Crown Prince is the true opponent. After doing all of this, Li Xianxiao led the remaining geniuses across the blood slaughter chain. Of course, along the way, a cruel smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his right hand, he severed the chain. At the same time, his cold voice sounded, "Lin Ling isn't dead yet, but once the blood slaughter chain is severed, he won't be able to reach the stage. He can only die on the battlefield of blood and slaughter." With that said, the few of them disappeared into the blood-colored clouds. At this moment, the outside world was silent. So ruthless. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts. His Majesty the Second Prince had been betrayed, and if someone else seized the throne, then His Majesty the Second Prince and his people would all die, including Lin Ling. Haha, third brother played beautifully, but I like it very much. If you want to compete, then I will compete with you. What qualifications do the others have? His Majesty the Crown Prince looked at the scene in the sky and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Now, only he and His Majesty the Third Prince's people were left to compete on the stage. Wait, look at the broken chain. At this moment, someone shouted in surprise. The chain that Li Xianxiao had severed was now being held by a small hand that was as white as snow, so that the only path to the stage was not severed. Once the blood slaughter chain was severed, then His Majesty the Second Prince's side would be completely disqualified. And that person was actually in Yue. Looking at the fairy-like young girl who was still firmly holding on to the chains, many people couldn't bear it. That nimble young girl was currently poisoned and was currently being entangled by hundreds of poisons. Therefore, that beautiful figure in snow-white clothes gave them a kind of poignant feeling. However, the second prince's people were all dead, so why was she still holding on to the chain? Right, there's one more person, Lin Ling. Everyone suddenly reacted. That's right, it was Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling wasn't even in the sky spirit realm, so it was unknown if he could escape the battlefield of blood and slaughter. Why didn't the girl give up? Did she think that everything would end once Lin Ling reached the stage? Lin Ling. The second prince sighed softly. Although Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again, it would be very difficult this time. What an ugly method. On the other side of the sky, the ghost marshal's brows were tightly knitted as he spoke coldly. Hehe, the winner is king and the loser is a bandit. The result is the most important. Besides, Lin Ling isn't completely without hope. That girl is still maintaining the passage for him. The Empress Dowager laughed sinisterly. Be careful of capsizing. The ghost marshal coldly shouted again. Some people can't be provoked. Once provoked, the consequences will be severe. Haha, don't tell me it's Lin Ling him? A piece of trash who hasn't even reached the sky spirit realm. The Empress Dowager shook her head and laughed mockingly. The two of them didn't conceal their conversation, and it spread throughout the city at the same time. But without a doubt, many people shook their heads and laughed, thinking that it was impossible. This is the battle of 100 generals, but it's just a game for those in power. It seems that the king of the Cloud Sea is also a killing maniac. At this moment, in the battlefield of blood and slaughter, Lin Ling didn't know what was happening in other places. He held the guiding jade tablet and moved forward, and his expression gradually became more serious. He had been walking in the blood-colored clouds for a long time, but he still hadn't reached the 9th blood-killing chain, and he hadn't seen any of the second prince's men. What did this mean? There was something wrong with the guiding jade tablet. And the guiding jade tablet was given by the Sublime Cord Temple's elder Shangda. This meant that the elder was framing him, delaying his time so that he couldn't meet with others. The battle of 100 generals is really an unfair competition. Chapter 383. Was it pitiful? For the sake of fairness and to live up to his reputation, Lin Ling did not want the Ghost Marshal's commander seal. Instead, he wanted to obtain it through the 100 Generals battle. This way it would be more fair and allow him to live up to his reputation. However, just because he was fair didn't mean that others were fair. For the commander seal, all sorts of ugly methods were used. Lin Ling died. At that moment a saber beam slashed over, sweeping through the blood cloud. It was extremely fast. It was a sneak attack. Furthermore, this saber beam carried the aura of a great concept. Its killing intent was extremely dense. Unfortunately, this saber beam was useless against Lin Ling. Clang! Lin Ling's cloud pattern black sword slashed out, shattering the saber beam. Then Lin Ling took a step forward and used mirror image steps. In the next moment, he appeared behind a man and gently placed his sword beside the man's neck. What powerful strength! You can even sense my presence. The man's pupils constricted, but he quickly smiled and said, I misjudged you. I thought you were one of the Crown Prince's men. Sorry. You called my name just now, Lin Ling said with a cold expression. The man's expression changed as he began to panic. He quickly smiled and said, Don't kill me. It was just a misunderstanding. I'll tell you something. Let me go. Speak. Lin Ling frowned slightly. In fact, he also felt that something was amiss. You have already lost. The Crown Prince and the Second Prince have joined forces and killed all your generals. The man laughed coldly. There was a hint of schadenfreude in his smile. What? Lin Ling's gaze sharpened as a cold chill emanated from his body. What about Li Xianxiao and the others? Why didn't they help? They have already betrayed you and joined the Third Prince's camp. Not only did they not save your generals, they even helped to kill them. The man laughed proudly again. Lin Ling wanted to rely on the help of his subordinates. Unfortunately, the strongest Li Xianxiao had betrayed him, and the other weaker generals had all died. What else did Lin Ling have to rely on? What hope did he have? When the man saw that Lin Ling was silent, he sensed that Lin Ling seemed to be afraid. Die! A billowing saber energy swept out, and the saber turned into a stone saber. While Lin Ling was distracted, he wanted to cut Lin Ling in half. That man was called General Shirgu and possessed the strength of the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. He guessed that Lin Ling's cultivation level was the same as his, and that he'd been subdued because Lin Ling had acted too quickly earlier. But now he'd launched another sneak attack while Lin Ling was distracted. Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After killing you, I will be famous throughout the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The prodigy of a generation, Lin Ling, will also die in my hands. Haha! As the saber slashed out, General Shirgu excitedly laughed. At such a close distance, could Lin Ling dodge? Rumble! The stone saber was earth-shattering as it split the blood clouds apart. Lin Ling seemed to have been cut into pieces. Lin Ling's death was pitiful, and the Crown Prince will reward me handsomely. General Shirgu laughed excitedly as he looked at the rolling clouds in front of him. You've ambushed me twice. Right at this moment a cold voice echoed. A slender figure slowly walked out from the rolling blood clouds, causing General Shirgu's eyes to constrict. Lin Ling's strength was on par with his, but he was able to block his fatal attack? How would he know that Lin Ling's aura was sealed? But his cultivation level was already at the Heaven Spirit realm. An Earth Spirit realm martial artist was like an ant to him. Apologies, I was just being impulsive. It was a misunderstanding. You said that if I told you some things you would let me go. General Shirgu's expression changed drastically as he constantly begged for mercy. Lin Ling's expression was icy cold, but he shook his head. You have already missed that opportunity. Sigh. He'd given him a chance earlier, but General Shirgu had courted death by ambushing him again. The only result was death. You said earlier that you would become famous after killing me, and that I would be pitiful? Lin Ling walked forward step by step with an icy aura, causing General Shirgu's heart to tremble violently. He suddenly discovered in this moment that his thoughts of ambushing Lin Ling had been ridiculously wrong. Don't kill me, that was a misunderstanding. I'll tell you another piece of news. and that is that the ninth chain has been broken. You are trapped in the battlefield of blood and death. All the Earth Spirit Realm generals will work together to kill you. Whoever kills you will be handsomely rewarded by the Crown Prince and the Third Prince. General Shurgu continuously retreated. You speak too much nonsense. Whoosh! Lin Ling stepped forward and deployed the mirror steps. Blue flames emerged from General Shurgu's hand as he slashed at General Shurgu. No! General Shurgu's pupils constricted as he suddenly regretted it. He'd wanted to kill Lin Ling to make a name for himself, but Lin Ling was too much stronger than him. He'd had a chance to escape, but his fluke mentality had led him to another ambush, and the result had been death. All luck and ambushes were useless in the face of absolute martial strength. He didn't have the right to pity Lin Ling. Boom! General Shurgu's body exploded under the sword, turning into endless flames as he died with regret. How others treat me is how I treat others. Lin Ling looked into the distance as a thick cold light flowed out of his eyes. All his generals had died in battle, and everyone was waiting to see a good show. However, they were about to be disappointed. At this moment, it was as if he'd returned to the Guyan sect, and the killing intent hidden in his heart boiled up like a volcano. At this moment, it was getting closer and closer to 2 hours. On the general appointment platform, over 30 geniuses stood on the martial stage, waiting silently. They were like gods above the 9 heavens, indifferently watching the ants fight on the ground. Countless gazes looked up at the blood-colored clouds in the vast Yunhai city. Everything was displayed there, and that battlefield was filled with slaughter and blood. And now, everyone's blades were pointed at one person, Lin Ling. Kill Lin Ling and make a name for yourself. Lin Ling is so pitiful. The crowd was silent for a moment before a soft sigh could be heard. All Lin Ling's subordinates had perished, and none of them had reached the general appointment platform. They had lost the qualification to participate in the Battle of 100 Generals. The only one left was Lin Ling. He was fighting alone, but unfortunately, he couldn't escape being killed by dozens of generals. He has appeared. Right at this moment, a soft voice resounded, causing the entire Yunhai city to be even quieter. A slender figure appeared in the blood-colored clouds. He held a large sword and walked forward step by step. This youth had an indifferent expression as if he wouldn't be moved even if the sky collapsed. But for some reason, many people felt that this youth was very pitiful. The genius Lin Ling was the only person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could go against the Crown Prince. However, in the Battle of 100 Generals today, his advantage no longer existed, and he could only fall off the divine stage. Thousands of eyes are watching your death. Lin Ling, you have died a worthy death. The Crown Prince sneered. He wanted to personally watch his enemy die in front of him. As for the State Marshal and the others, they were taking pleasure in Zhang Yi's misfortune. Chapter 384. Execution, Brother Ling. These people are so despicable. Yu and the others had tears in their eyes. That lonely figure made their hearts ache. In the past, this young man was so powerful and created countless legends in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. But today, because he had lost hope, everyone abandoned him. The generals are here. At this moment, someone shouted softly. His words made countless people's hearts tremble. They knew that the main show had begun. At this moment, in the blood-colored clouds, a baleful aura surged. A total of 98 figures appeared. Their steps were steady as they walked towards Lin Ling. That terrifying aura caused the blood-colored clouds to tumble. Who could stop 98 generals at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm? Lin Ling, in front of so many people, you should kill yourself. You don't have any helpers now. Killing your way into the palace is very impressive. Unfortunately, you are so down and out that you can't even go to the general appointment stage. Let us make a move. If we kill Lin Ling, we can at least amaze the world. Confident voices echoed, causing countless people outside the blood-colored clouds to swallow their saliva. That aura was so terrifying. Then they looked at the young man who was fighting alone, and their eyes instantly congealed. Even when facing 98 generals, that young man was still unfazed. That kind of courage was shocking. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. His blue and white robe fluttered in the wind. He stretched out his left hand, took out a piece of cloth, and gently wiped the cloud pattern black sword. Cloud pattern black sword, you are going to drink blood. There are 98 generals in total. 98? This was all the generals in the blood-colored clouds. Did Lin Ling want to kill everyone? Haha. All of the generals laughed. What a joke. Haha, is this a joke before you die? In the Cloud Sea City, the Crown Prince's mocking laughter echoed. I don't need you to pity me. Kill. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling's deep voice echoed. He held his sword diagonally, and his blue and white robe brought along a cold wind as he rushed into the general's formation. Can't help but want to die? Bloodthirsty sword. Die, thousand sharks, thousand waves spear. Rumble. The blood-colored clouds surged, endless spiritual energy erupting. The power of a great concept surged, causing the clouds to surge like waves. Countless gazes focused on the young man in the clouds. At this moment it was as if he was fighting alone. Even if he died, he would die under the charge. He would never beg for mercy. Lin Ling, good courage. Good luck. Unknowingly, the crowd burst into cheers, followed by deafening cheers. Whoosh! Within the blood-colored clouds, a sword came from the horizon, aiming straight for Lin Ling's neck. Lin Ling, your life belongs to me. After I kill you, I'll make a name for myself. Rumble. Blue flames erupted. Sword met sword, and in the next moment the blood sword shattered. The blue flame greatsword swept through the army. Die. The first general was incinerated by the flames and killed in a single strike. Pa pa pa. This time white flames blossomed. It was the 7 blades of Skyfire. Like a laser, it slashed out a sword beam. On the other side, a general stabbed out with his spear. The great concept erupted and countless sharks swept out. However, the white sword aura seemed to have come from the depths of hell. Wherever it passed, all attacks were severed. Die. The second general was slashed in half, killed in a single move. Third generation flame art. Fire dance of the sun. A blinding sun rose within the blood-colored clouds. It was as hot as the god of fire, and as dazzling as the dance of flames. Bam bam bam. Wherever that sword slash passed, 3 generals fell. They were killed in a single strike. Silence. Cloud Sea City was silent. Lin Ling was very tenacious and had killed several generals with a single strike. That sharp light made them feel as if they'd seen a god of the sword descend to the world. The Crown Prince's expression was a bit ugly as he looked at the dazzling light. Lin Ling wasn't in as bad of a state as he'd imagined, and this made him feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Ling's strength is one of the strong in the Earth Spirit realm. It's not strange for him to kill a few people, but there are still over 90 generals. It's time for his earlier smugness to end. The Grand Tutor laughed sinisterly on the side, causing the Crown Prince to laugh coldly as well. Indeed, that was just the appetizer. The main course had just arrived. Must a few more die with him before he dies? Since that's the case, then we won't have a fair battle. Everyone attack. The remaining generals looked coldly at Lin Ling. One of them shouted explosively, but his words were very hypocritical. After all, did they have the right to speak of a fair battle? 98 against 1, no matter how one looked at it, it wasn't fair. Shameless. Many people around the city cursed loudly. Even the cultivators watching from outside the city felt disdain in their hearts. 98 people attacking Lin Ling was already bullying him with numbers, but those generals had the nerve to say that it was a fair battle. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. This is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. It's the same whether there are more or less people. Lin Ling won't be able to escape death. The Crown Prince's cold words caused the city to fall silent. Many people had complicated feelings in their hearts. Although it wasn't fair, the strong were revered in this world. When had there ever been fairness? Without strength, one would be bullied and casually killed. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and represented the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a pity that he still couldn't escape death. A prodigy had fallen. Kill. Rumble. The remaining 90-odd generals burst out with deafening roars. When they worked together, their combat strength was comparable to the Heaven Spirit realm. Their aura presence gathered and caused the blood-colored clouds to surge with torrential waves. Countless great intents burst out as if heaven and earth were collapsing. So terrifying. The hearts of the crowd below trembled violently as their eyes silently locked onto the aloof youth in the center. But in the next moment their eyes lit up. The youth didn't give up and was still standing on the peak of a lone mountain. He raised the sword in his hand, and a wisp of blue flames leaped out from the sword and burned the black sword. Subsequently, the white flames continued to surge out like a dazzling sun. Surprisingly, after the two flames, a third wisp of green flames silently appeared. It was like a restless demonic dragon's flames that twined around the giant sword, causing the sword to look even more bizarre. At the same time, an icy cold voice that came from the depths of hell echoed and intimidated the surroundings. First-generation flame art. 3 flames prairie fire. Swish. A sword light formed from 3 different colors slashed out with Lin Ling as the center. The sword light was like a full moon that constantly expanded and slashed at the surrounding generals. Kill. Endless battle cries echoed. But when they came into contact with the 3-colored sword light, there was a sudden change. Bang bang bang. A foul wind and a rain of blood. Wherever the sword light passed, it was as if it was cutting vegetables and melons. There was even the sound of a dragon's roar as all the great intense attacks were severed. That sword was very sharp. It slashed through everything. No! What sword is this? 3 types of flames. Fearful voices echoed as the previously arrogant generals all revealed expressions of fear. They could feel that this sword shouldn't have come from an Earth Spirit Realm martial artist. They felt terror. Unfortunately, it was too late. The sword light expanded like a circle as more than 90 Earth Spirit Realm generals were killed in one sword. Swish swish. Chapter 385. They were all going to die. Silence. The entire Cloud Sea City was in a deathly silence. At this moment, many people even forgot how to breathe. Lin Ling. Many people thought that he was about to fall off the pedestal as a prodigy, but that dazzling sword told everyone that the pride of a prodigy wasn't so easily bullied. Lin Ling wasn't someone they could pity. So powerful. After a moment of silence, deafening cheers finally echoed like the waves. Countless people were in awe. This was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. His glory was still as glorious as before. Lin Ling. The Crown Prince spat out 2 words. He wanted to see Lin Ling being surrounded and killed, but Lin Ling's dazzling sword slashed heavily on his heart. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't die so easily. He wanted to see Lin Ling make a fool of himself, but it was still too early. Most importantly, he ordered people to kill Lin Ling's generals. Right now, Lin Ling was returning the favor. Invincible in the Earth Spirit Realm? Truly a restless ant. Why must he make me suffer losses before he dies? On the other side, His Majesty the Third Prince had an ugly look on his face. His general had also been obliterated, which made him very unhappy, very unhappy. Come on, general appointment stage. We will wait for you here. Blood was slowly dripping. The clouds were in turmoil. Within the vast clouds, Lin Ling had an indifferent expression as he slowly walked forward. That proud and aloof back view caused countless people's eyes to flicker. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the direction and finally arrived at chain number 9. The ground there was completely red, dyed red by blood. It seemed like this place was a battlefield not long ago, and all the generals under Lin Ling died here. Except for one person, Yuer, senior sister Yuer. Lin Ling's body moved and executed the mirror image steps. He arrived in front of Yuer and couldn't help but feel pain in his heart. Yuer's charming face was extremely pale, but when she saw Lin Ling she immediately smiled. Finally, you are here. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It was black, but it added a hint of poignant beauty. She was like a fairy that had fallen from the 9 heavens. At this moment she was being hurt by a mortal. Anyone who saw her couldn't help but feel sad. However, she had persisted until Lin Ling arrived. That determination and belief caused Lin Ling's heart to ache even more. You're poisoned. Yes, it's Li Xianxiao. That despicable person betrayed us. Our general died a terrible death. Yuer finally could not help but cry. Previously, she had been holding on with her willpower, but after seeing Lin Ling arrive, her heart finally softened. She also knew that with this young man's arrival, He would hold up half the sky and seek justice for the fallen generals. Lin Ling looked deeply at the bloodstains in the surroundings. His heart was like the strings of a zither. Since the start of the 100 Generals tournament, many people didn't think highly of him and betrayed him. However, there were still some generals who believed in him and stayed to assist him. They were waiting for Lin Ling to bring peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They weren't like Lin Ling. Everything they did was for the common people. Betraying us. I will make them regret it. Yes. Lin Ling's left hand clenched tightly. In the depths of his eyes, the killing intent was even more intense. Subsequently, he didn't say anything else and quickly treated Inuer. Fortunately, the two of them were alchemists. Lin Ling was even a formidable fire control expert. He used the fire to expel the poison, allowing Inuer to temporarily be fine, just a little weak. Lin Ling, go over. Inuer looked at the blood slaughter chain and said after a moment. Her small hand was still holding onto the chain, so that the path to the general appointment stage wouldn't be broken. Thank you. I won't let you down. They all have to die. Lin Ling nodded with gratitude. He moved his body and stepped on the blood slaughter chain, shooting towards the distant general appointment stage. At this moment everyone was watching. When they saw Lin Ling appear on the general appointment stage, everyone gasped. Lin Ling had exceeded everyone's expectations. He had passed through the battlefield of blood and slaughter, and arrived at the battlefield of over 30 general prodigies. The general appointment stage was one of the 8 floating stages in the sky. Right now, over 30 figures were looking at Lin Ling indifferently on these stages. They were like proud prodigies that were emitting dazzling radiance. Such a tenacious cockroach. I thought he would die, but he still came. Why bother? Dying in the hands of an Earth Spirit Realm general is better than dying in the hands of us general prodigies. Perhaps they want to be more impressive before they die. A tranquil voice came down from the martial stage in the sky. More than 30 star geniuses were talking as if they were talking about the most ordinary things. Perhaps in their eyes, only the Heavenly Spirit Realm experts were worthy of their attention. The rest were just ants. On the lowest stage, Lin Ling stood quietly with his greatsword on his back. He looked at the 30 figures in the sky with an even more indifferent expression. His goal was to die at the hands of these high and mighty general prodigies. Li Xianxiao. A cold voice traveled out from Lin Ling's mouth as his gaze locked onto one person. Aya. I'm sorry for deceiving you. But what can you do to me? On the third stage, a handsome young man shrugged slightly and smiled faintly. He was Li Xianxiao, the one who had deceived Lin Ling and those generals with pure hearts. He had gathered them together and then killed them. You deserve to die. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. That person was very disgusting. Come at me if you can. Li Xianxiao shrugged indifferently. Why would he care? He was the #1 expert among the 30 general prodigies while Lin Ling was just an ant. Lin Ling, don't forget about me. It's time to settle the grudge between us. Apart from Li Xianxiao, Hung Tianxing by Yunfei and the others spoke as well. Everyone here had a grudge with Lin Ling, and they were all high and mighty while humiliating Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded coldly and didn't say anything else. Lin Ling, you are the last one to arrive. But you have killed over 90 generals and greatly damaged the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's combat strength. Is your heart so ruthless? Right at this moment a calm voice echoed. In the sky there was a resplendent golden light. A figure appeared like the blazing sun. That figure was surrounded by resplendent light. He had his palms together and had an extremely benevolent expression. It was one of the 3 hosts, Elder Shangda. Shut up, bald donkey. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold as he stared at that figure. Then he let out an explosive roar. The usually calm and collected Lin Ling's heart was now filled with rage. It was because this Elder Shangda gave him the wrong directional jade token that caused him to delay a lot of time. Otherwise, his generals wouldn't have died. Now, this Elder Shangda actually pretended to criticize him. Was he qualified? I think he should be disqualified. This child's heart is too cold. Right at this moment, another voice echoed. This voice had a hint of harshness. It was the Empress Dowager. You shut up too, bitch. Just as this voice was heard, Lin Ling's angry yell echoed again. You say I am ruthless. Then why didn't you come out to stop my generals when they were killed? Why did you stand high above the clouds and look down on everyone? The cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Elder Shangda's expression to turn ugly. And you bitch, you want to disqualify me? Then may I ask if I am late? Or did I not come from the blood slaughter chain? Is the Battle of 100 Generals a game for you people in power? Chapter 386. Historical Moment. Did Lin Ling lose his qualifications? No, he arrived at the general appointment stage within 2 hours. Li Xianxiao might have severed the blood kill chain, but Yuer maintained it with a resolute heart. Finally, Lin Ling followed the blood kill chain and passed through. Hence, Lin Ling didn't lose his qualifications. Many people nodded. Was this 100 Generals battle a game for the rulers? Those 98 generals deserved to die. They didn't fight for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but for fame and selfishness. As for the generals under my command, they knew that I had lost hope, but they remained determined and didn't leave. They fought for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and for all the citizens. They died unjustly. Lin Ling's voice echoed like the wind again, shocking the hearts of many people in the Cloud Sea City. My Buddha is merciful. Sai Lin Ling, this old monk didn't want you to fight because I was thinking for you. This old monk didn't want you to die on the general appointment stage at such a young age. Ah! Suddenly, a voice interrupted Lin Ling. It was Elder Shangda's voice. It was obvious that he didn't want Lin Ling to expose the ugliness of the Cloud Sea royal clan in front of everyone. After finishing his statement, Elder Shangda put his palms together and looked extremely benevolent. In Lin Ling's eyes, that look was disgusting, hypocritical, and shameless. Shut up, bald donkey! Lin Ling yelled out coldly again, which caused Elder Shangda's eyes to narrow. This was the second time Lin Ling scolded him as a bald donkey in front of everyone. Are you upset that I scolded you as a bald donkey? Not only did I scold you, but I also scolded your Sublime Cord Monastery. You are all a bunch of hypocritical bald donkeys. An even more flamboyant voice echoed, causing Elder Shangda's expression to turn grave. In the depths of his eyes, killing intent was quietly revealed. Lin Ling didn't just scold him, he even scolded the entire Sublime Cord Monastery. The Sublime Cord Monastery was the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's supreme sect. Even in the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom, they had an illustrious reputation. Right now, this royal clan's supreme sect was being scolded as a bald donkey. Haha! Sound of Heaven Temple is full of bald donkeys. After a short period of silence, countless people roared with laughter. It was the first time that they'd heard someone dare to curse the sovereign sect like that. However, such cursing was pleasing to their hearts. Lin Ling continued to stare coldly at Elder Shangda. You say that you are thinking for me, but in reality you want to harm me. If I don't fight, then the Commander's seal will have nothing to do with me, and my final outcome will be death. Bald donkey, it's not the first time I've seen the hypocrisy of the Sound of Heaven Temple. You can deceive others but you can't deceive me. Immediately after, Lin Ling turned his head and looked through the endless clouds towards the vast Cloud Sea City. The Commander's tally symbolizes an army of 1,000,000 soldiers, and the one who obtains it will also obtain the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Today, for the 100 Generals tournament, the winner will obtain the Commander's tally. I will obtain the Commander's tally and challenge over 30 General Prodigy. Boom! As soon as he spoke these words, the entire city was shaken. Was Lin Ling crazy? With his strength, he actually dared to challenge 30-star general geniuses. He was courting death. However, his words also meant that whoever obtained the Commander's tally would be the true ruler of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I will hand over the Commander's tally. I agree with Lin Ling's suggestion to use the 100 Generals tournament to determine the future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Let the Heaven Mystics Kingdom be at peace. Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice echoed. It was the Ghost Marshal. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted Lin Ling to obtain the Commander's tally in front of everyone. When that time came, Lin Ling would be able to determine the future of the Cloud Sea Kingdom, and he would live up to his name. I agree on behalf of the Cloud Sea's royal clan. Whoever obtains the number 1 position will be the king of the Cloud Sea. Even I am willing to bow my head. Yes, Right at this moment, the winds and clouds surged. The Crown Prince finally revealed his massive aura presence, and his mighty voice echoed throughout the entire city. His words also meant that he had agreed. As long as anyone obtained the commander's tally, he, the Crown Prince, would be willing to treat that person as the king. My third prince has agreed. Yes. The Empress Dowager has agreed. Yes. The Imperial Advisor's residence has agreed. Yes. Voices rang out one after another, seemingly confirming the arrival of this historical moment. Right now, the Crown Prince Linling and the third prince had all agreed. 100 Generals tournament that was completely different from the past was about to begin. Countless eyes locked onto the martial stage in the sky. There were the 30 prodigies from before, the second prince, the mysterious sixth knight from the Stone Saint Nation, and one of the Saint clans from the Cloud region, Shang Fifan. There was also the arrogant Lin Ling who was about to be stripped of his title as a prodigy. These 30-plus figures were like dazzling stars that were admired by thousands of martial artists. Among them, there would be one person who would be the main character of this era. Shang Fifan will definitely be the number one. He is the Saint child of the Saint clan. Who would be a match for him? But second prince, the sixth knight, isn't weak either. They are all mid-stage heaven spirit realm experts. Li Xianxiao, Hung Tianxing, and the others were the strongest prodigies 2 years ago. 2 years have passed, and their strength must have improved by another level. Lin Ling actually wants to compete with them. It will be difficult for him to win. Voices rang out in the Cloud Sea City like the waves. Without a doubt, the weakest among them was Lin Ling. Some of the forces that had betrayed Lin Ling's faction rejoiced in his misfortune. They even made bets on how many matches Lin Ling could win. Of course, the answer was obvious. It would be no more than 5 matches. Although it was difficult for many to accept this, it was the truth. The first match, Lin Ling against Gu Feng. The sensational news spread that Lin Ling was the first to fight. It was obvious that the Empress Dowager and Elder Shangda wanted Lin Ling to die first. After Lin Ling's death, the Crown Prince and the third prince could compete for the commander's seal. Lin Ling, it wasn't easy for him to reach the stage with just the strength of the Earth Spirit realm. It's a pity that he is still too young. Everyone sighed softly as they looked at the proud youth on the martial stage. Lin Ling, get the hell up here. A 20-something-year-old youth stood silently on the 7th of the 8 martial stages. He wore a cloak and looked like a general that had descended from the 9 heavens. His right hand waved slightly at Lin Ling in the distance with extreme arrogance. Gu Feng, he just happens to be ranked 30 out of the 30 geniuses. However, that was 2 years ago. His strength has probably increased quite a bit now. The crowd discussed animatedly. Whoosh! The wings behind Lin Ling's back unfurled and he landed lightly on the 7th martial stage under countless envious gazes. In the battle of 100 generals, those who admit defeat lose, those who fall off the stage lose, and those who die lose. The ghost commander's voice rang out as he reminded Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded, and then looked at his opponent not too far away. AI, do you want to show off a bit before you die? The battle of 100 generals isn't something that a junior of the Earth Spirit realm can participate in. The strength of geniuses isn't something that you can understand. Why seek death? Gu Feng looked faintly at Lin Ling as he spoke softly. I only have one question. Did you touch my men? Lin Ling was indifferent as his cold voice rang out. I killed 3 of those ant-like generals. Gu Feng shrugged his shoulders. Begin. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. Those generals died for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He had to take revenge for this. As you wish. Seeing that you let me make a name for myself, I will let you have 3 moves. At least I won't let you not shine. Chapter 387. 7 consecutive victories. Boom! His entire body's aura burst out, and the aura of the Heaven Spirit Essence Core was revealed. It was a scarlet radiance. Heaven Spirit Realm Expert, the top combat strength of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Gu Feng is so arrogant to give up 3 moves. Staring at the dazzling scarlet radiance, many people revealed expressions of envy and reverence. Swish! Without saying anything, Lin Ling drew the giant sword on his back. He didn't execute any moves and rushed straight at Gu Feng. His giant sword was like a mountain as it cleaved down. To him, his opponent was too weak, and it didn't matter if he gave up 3 moves or not. Close combat. Many people's eyes flickered. Lin Ling's first move was actually close combat. It was known that close combat strength was more powerful, but it was also more dangerous and tested combat experience. Could Lin Ling be risking his life in this battle? Kiki first move. Gu Feng chuckled and drew a circle in front of him with his right hand. A surge of aura presence rippled, and a lone peak formed by spirit aura descended from the sky, firmly blocking in front of him. This was his 9th grade innate spirit body, the peak absolute sharp physique, and his intent had reached the perfection stage. In his opinion, unless it was a heaven spirit realm expert, no one would be able to shake him. It was a pity that he didn't know that the youth in front of him was a heaven spirit realm expert. Swish. Lin Ling's giant sword was like a rainbow as it cleaved down. Crack. That lone peak of spirit aura violently shook, and in the next moment, it exploded in front of countless horrified eyes. But the sword didn't stop. Swish. Fresh blood splattered as Gu Feng was obliterated in a single sword. Next. A calm voice echoed at the same time, and in everyone's eyes, that frivolous youth had already sheathed his sword and stood up. Instant kill. Instant kill with a single sword. Everyone's eyes focused. Gu Feng gave up 3 moves earlier, but he was defeated in 1 move. Bang! The second prodigy appeared, and it was a stalwart youth. Right now he was looking at Lin Ling coldly. I am Xiao Yeshan, at the initial stage of the heaven spirit realm. I have 2 innate spirit bodies, and I have reached the perfection stage of the perfection stage. Did you do anything to my people? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Ling interrupted him, causing the burly youth to be slightly stunned. He nodded and said, I think I killed one, but this is normal. As a cultivator grows, death is inevitable. If you want to blame someone, blame them for being too weak. Begin. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling executed mirror image steps. An afterimage appeared as he slashed out with his sword. Whoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow, causing the burly young man's pupils to constrict. You are so cunning. You actually launched a sneak attack? Unfortunately, a sneak attack is useless. Sneak attack? Lin Ling needed to sneak up on him? Lin Ling was just too lazy to waste time. Boom! Blue flames erupted. After reaching the heavenly spirit realm, Lin Ling's understanding of fire had deepened, and the power of his usual attacks had increased by several times. Most importantly, his heavenly spirit origin core was blue in color and extremely powerful. Because of his solid foundation, no one in the same realm was his match. Your sword. The burly youth's expression suddenly became fearful. The sword slashed towards him wrapped in blue flames. But for some reason, he sensed the aura of the heavenly spirit realm, and it was even stronger than his own. Impossible. He didn't even have time to use a move before he was killed in 1 strike. Next. The calm voice sounded again, causing many people's pupils to constrict. They suddenly felt like they were in a dream. Although Lin Ling had won, it seemed to be too easy. A sneak attack is your strength, isn't it? Shameless. A new opponent arrived. It was a tall and slender young man. He stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, Did you touch my people? It was still the same calm sentence. That kind of calm contempt made the youth's expression extremely ugly. He immediately laughed mockingly. Yes, I killed the most. Begin. The sword light was like a rainbow. This time it was 7 heavenly fire sword slash. Obviously, as each opponent came up, Lin Ling had to constantly improve his attack methods. Of course, he didn't even use 30% of his strength. You're very arrogant, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. I'm best at speed. Win come. The youth shouted loudly. Unfortunately, what was the use? Could his speed compare to mirror image steps? Swoosh. 7 heavenly fire swords slashed out, and his head fell off. Defeated. 3rd place. Next. Did you touch my people? This sentence is very useless. You're just a genius who's about to fall from the spiritual pedestal tier. Die. Next. Oh. In less than an hour, 7 genius generals lost to Lin Ling, and all of them were killed in 1 strike. This was 7 consecutive victories. The entire Cloud Sea City was silent, especially those who had enmity with Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling would only win 5 matches at most, and this was the highest evaluation they gave him. But now the youth used his sword to give those people a fierce slap. One strike, no entanglement, clean and efficient. He won 7 matches in a row and was ranked 23rd among the genius generals. Right, he defeated Heavenly Cord Temple's Injinzi. Although his strength is at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm, he's ranked 25th among the genius generals. But now he's reached his limit. In the silence, a voice sounded out, causing many people to nod in understanding. No wonder Lin Ling was so successful. And Lin Ling asked that question at the beginning of the battle. Obviously, he was taking revenge for his subordinates. The pitiful ones were the 7 geniuses. They thought that Lin Ling was about to fall from the spiritual pedestal tier, but they didn't know that no matter how poor Lin Ling was, he could still kill them. Among everyone, only the Ghost Marshal was familiar with Lin Ling's strength. He muttered to himself, "The Ghost Talisman is about to be unsealed. I'm very curious, what will everyone's expressions be when they see that the youth is in the Sky Spirit realm?" Moreover, Lin Ling has opened the 8 gates of the human body, and has absorbed the Ice Fiend Dragon's demonic fire into his body to form the world-cleansing demonic fire. TSK. He's probably only able to use 10% of his current strength. I'm looking forward to it. He knew that Lin Ling was absolutely invincible in the early stage of the Sky Spirit realm, but was this his limit? He guessed that it might not be so. After all, he'd deeply experienced the terror of the Ice Fiend Dragon. That year, he'd led an army of hundreds of thousands to finally destroy the demonic dragon. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the demonic dragon was. "Oh, the rest of you, come at me together." Lin Ling's calm voice sounded as he swept his gaze across the front, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. After fighting 7 people in a row, Lin Ling didn't rest, but wanted to challenge everyone else. Did he not have a limit? The entire Cloud Sea City was once again in an uproar. Exciting, I don't know why, but I'm also very excited as I watch him challenge everyone. This time he's asking everyone else to come at him together. What terrifying courage. Lin Ling is giving people the feeling that he's becoming more and more mysterious. It's just a moment of arrogance. You don't understand the Sky Spirit realm. Some of them relied on pills to forcefully reach it. Their foundations aren't stable, and they can only be considered ordinary Sky Spirit realm practitioners. Powerful practitioners at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm can defeat them, but some have solid foundations and powerful auras from the Sky Spirit origin pill. That aura is enough to make practitioners weaker than them lose the will to continue fighting. Chapter 388. Radiance Blossoming. Let us attack together? Haha. The remaining general prodigies couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling might have defeated 7 general prodigies, but those general prodigies were ranked at the bottom. In fact, they were considered ordinary general prodigies. Their Heaven Spirit Essence cores were only ordinary red. However, the remaining general prodigies were all top-notch experts in the Heaven Spirit realm. Every single one of them could shake the Heaven Mystic's kingdom with a single move. How could Lin Ling compare to them? He is overconfident. No matter how weak an ant is, he still has to be killed. Let's go. After killing him, we will proceed with the 100 general battle. Swish. 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 10 figures leaped off the martial stage with one hand behind their back and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. "Lin Ling, where is my spear?" Right at this moment, another figure leaped down. It was Bai Yunfei. During the previous cloud auction, Lin Ling snatched Bai Yunfei's weapon. After that, Bai Yunfei wanted to settle the score with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was saved by Sovereign King Li and the others. Today, Sovereign King Li and the others weren't here. It was time to settle the score with Lin Ling. Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei. After looking at the 10 prodigies, Lin Ling finally looked at Bai Yunfei with a cold smile. He then said indifferently, "Did you touch my men?" Haha. Haha, it's still the same old question. But since you asked, we will just say it. We are the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's men. Therefore, we are your generals. Do you think we touched them? Haha. Do you want to kill us? Unfortunately, the 7 prodigies from before were just ordinary heaven spirit realm experts. If you can kill them, it means that you have a good foundation. It doesn't mean that you can touch any of us here. Haha. That's right. The 20 prodigies are all experts with orange heaven spirit essence cores. That is a grade 2 heaven spirit essence core. Haha. The 10 general prodigies let out a disdainful smile. One after another, a tyrannical aura burst out. The orange light was dazzling like a blazing sun. The heaven spirit essence core has 7 grades. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. It symbolizes a solid foundation. Those who forcefully broke through to the earth spirit realm were mostly red heaven spirit essence cores. Those 10 prodigies obviously broke through naturally. How terrifying. Haha. Looking at the resplendent light in the sky, the crowd gasped. A powerful cultivator in the sky spirit realm would be able to crush the weak with their aura alone. As for Bai Yunfei, he was standing behind the 10. His ranking was higher and he was stronger. Naturally, he didn't want to reveal the aura of the primal core of heaven. Cripple him. Leave him to me. I want him to tell me before he dies that he regrets taking my spear. Haha. Haha, Bai Yunfei, you're still as arrogant as ever. But it was nothing. The 10 of them nodded and then looked at Lin Ling with cold eyes. Lin Ling was too arrogant. He dared to challenge the remaining prodigies. He must be regretting it now. The sky quieted down. Gloating gazes were fixed on Lin Ling. The crown prince, the third prince, the state preceptor, and the others all smiled coldly. None of the 98 generals at the peak of the earth spirit realm and the 7 heaven spirit prodigies had been able to take Lin Ling's life. Lin Ling had managed to escape twice, which made them feel very uncomfortable. But now how could Lin Ling escape? Die! The 10 prodigies roared. The terrifying aura of their orange heaven spirit essence cores formed ripples that pressed down on Lin Ling, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. His body swayed slightly under the pressure of their auras. Kneel. Shay. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, the 10 prodigies roared again. Boom, boom, boom. The ripples became even more terrifying. They were like waves and waves, but after enveloping Lin Ling, something seemed to be stirred up. Lin Ling frowned even more. In his dantian, the blue heaven spirit essence core's aura was brewing like a suppressed volcano. Boom! Finally, at a certain moment, an even stronger heavenly spirit origin core aura erupted from Lin Ling's body. His seal had finally been lifted, and the reason for that was the heavenly spirit origin core aura from the 10 people. The aura of the blue heaven spirit essence core was as dazzling as a shooting star, wildly blooming. Pop, pop, pop. As the ripples bloomed, the orange heaven spirit essence core's aura shattered like glass. The 10 prodigies' pupils constricted. Unconsciously, they spat out a mouthful of blood. Shocked voices floated out from their mouths. The heavenly spirit realm. At the same time, the 8 stages in the sky fell silent. Everyone's heart stopped beating. Even Shang Fifan, who was sitting high above on the 8th stage, was startled. Lin Ling was also in the heavenly spirit realm. Shang Fifan was 18 years old and came from the cloud region. Since he was young, he had endless resources to help him cultivate. Therefore, he reached the heavenly spirit realm at the age of 18 and became a genius of the cloud region. But now, there was also an 18-year-old heavenly spirit realm cultivator from the weak heaven mystics kingdom. Lin Ling is in the heavenly spirit realm? Voices of shock resounded from below the city. Their gazes locked onto that slender figure, and they suddenly noticed that they were extremely laughable just now. They'd actually felt pity for Lin Ling, and actually thought that Lin Ling had fallen from the pedestal of geniuses. However, a genius was a genius. In the past, he was a legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. How could his pride be erased so easily? Those who thought that Lin Ling's strength came from his charisma, and not his strength, were completely silent at this moment. Lin Ling. Everyone on the second prince's side trembled. They who had been disheartened suddenly saw hope again. They saw the dazzling light of the young man again. 6th grade Heaven Spirit Essence Core. The crown prince was drinking tea, but he subconsciously crushed the teacup in his hand. He still didn't realize that the tea was spilled. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. That young man had grown up and was gradually getting closer to him, the emperor. Everyone was watching and everyone was silent. This moment obviously belonged to Lin Ling. Kneel. At this time a cold shout resounded in the sky. A terrifying blue heavenly spirit essence core aura bloomed, causing the 10 geniuses to turn even paler. They spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to their knees. The blue heaven spirit essence core was a noble 6th grade essence core. They were only 2nd grade essence cores. If they didn't release their aura, they might not be injured. However, if they released the aura of the heaven spirit essence core, it was equivalent to attacking without defending. Therefore, when Lin Ling released his aura, they couldn't resist. Aren't you all noble and talented generals? All the generals are like ants in your eyes. Why are you kneeling today? Lin Ling's cold voice echoed, which made the 10 general geniuses even paler. They were the elite combat strength of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. They usually disdained to appear in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and only returned for the 100 Generals tournament. After they returned, apart from the opponents in the Genius Circle, they didn't put anyone in their eyes. Today, a young man who was even younger than them had ruthlessly crushed their pride. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. If you want to erase others, then you must have the awareness of being erased by others. Swish. A sword flew over from a distance. The sword body was covered with blue and white flames, which was extremely dazzling. Chapter 389. The Battle of Lightning and Fire Swish. 4 general geniuses exploded and were burned by endless flames. After reaching the Sky Spirit Realm, the power of all of Lin Ling's moves had greatly increased. He could easily obliterate ordinary general geniuses with ordinary moves. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to open the 8 doors, but the rewards of success were also bountiful. How terrifying! Let's dodge first. The remaining general geniuses' expressions changed. They exploded with all their strength and scattered. Lin Ling was very frightening. This also explained why the previous general geniuses were no match for Lin Ling. Can you escape? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He shouted in his heart, "Elephant step." His body turned into an afterimage and appeared behind one of the general geniuses. His sword blossomed with dazzling light as he lightly slashed. Swish. Destructive flames engulfed and spat out. Another person was killed in one strike. Wait, I was just following orders. I didn't really want to kill your generals. I didn't kill your generals before. I was just watching from the sidelines. The remaining general geniuses panicked. Everything they relied on was like paper in front of Lin Ling, who had a 6th grade spirit origin pill. That wasn't what you said before. You were proudly saying that killing them would be like killing ants. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent. He didn't show the benevolence of a woman. If he showed benevolence, he would be ashamed to face those dead generals. Moreover, these people were shameless. When they were stronger than others, they would arrogantly kill their opponents and gloat over their misfortune. However, when they met someone stronger than them, they would immediately reveal their ugly faces. This kind of person kill. Swish. Wherever the sword light passed, all the general geniuses fell. Only one person was still running away in panic. You've just reached the Sky Spirit Realm. You're too arrogant. A deep voice rang out. It was by Yunfei. He had been quietly watching Lin Ling's actions. In his heart he had been contemptuous at the beginning, but now he was serious. That youth had grown up. I'll protect the last one. Bai Yunfei spoke without hesitation. His entire body was radiating with the aura of a Class 4 soul pill. Rumble. Endless lightning flashed out and the entire martial stage began to sway. This was his innate spirit physique, 9 lightning physique. It was said that this type of innate spiritual body was extremely difficult to be born. It required the use of the thunder attracting technique to attract the divine lightning from the sky. Then 99 children would be placed in a mysterious array. After the lightning fell, the children who could survive the baptism of the lightning would be born with this 9th grade innate spiritual body. Of course, the price was also terrifying. 99 children might not necessarily succeed. Sometimes only 1 out of thousands of children could be born. Bai Yunfei, last time you told me that a long period of cultivation is also a part of one's strength. But today, I've also reached the heaven spirit stage. Don't you think your words are like slapping your own face? And you want to protect him? I want to kill. Elephant step. Lin Ling's cold voice was heard. Whoosh! The last general genius was frantically running away, but an afterimage appeared behind him. A wisp of flame attacked, and with a boom he was burned to ashes. As for that fire, it was a combination of blue and white. It was extremely terrifying. Bai Yunfei's expression was extremely unsightly. He said that he wanted to protect the last person, but Lin Ling killed him in front of him. This was undoubtedly a slap to his face in front of everyone. You must die. A deep voice rang out. Bai Yunfei waved his right hand and an electrode spear appeared. This spear was unexpectedly formed by lightning. Myriad lightning world. Thunderbird. He stabbed out with the spear and lightning surged. Rumble. Snakes of lightning coiled around, and a terrifying thing happened. 3 thunder drums appeared behind Bai Yunfei. One of the thunder drums blossomed with lightning along his electrode spear. Countless thunderbirds appeared and shot at Lin Ling. Pa pa pa. The martial stage split open, and those broken stones were turned into ashes by the lightning. Lightning was very terrifying and had an obliterating aura. Whoosh! Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. Under his feet, he used the elephant step to continuously avoid those thunderbolts. The previous general genius was only an ordinary early heaven spirit stage cultivator, but Bai Yunfei was obviously one of the best in the early heaven spirit stage. His strength was not weak. Can you escape? Thunder Beast. Bai Yunfei growled again. The second thunder drum behind him blossomed with light. Countless thunder beasts rushed out and swept over the martial stage. So terrifying, he's simply the thunder god. Looking at the scene of thunder in the sky, the crowd below all sucked in a cold breath. Boom! At this moment the entire martial stage shattered. The lightning destroyed the martial stage. In the sky a pair of thunder wings appeared behind Bai Yunfei, allowing him to soar in the sky like a thunder god. On the other side, Lin Ling had the heavenly blazing wings behind him, allowing him to soar in the sky like a fire god. Thunder god and fire god. These two figures attracted countless eyes. Lin Ling has lost. At this moment an old voice rang out. It was Elder Shengde. However, he actually said that Lin Ling had lost. Many people were puzzled. The rules of the 100 Generals battle are that those who admit defeat, those who die, and those who fall outside the martial stage lose. Lin Ling has already fallen outside the martial stage. Elder Shengde's calm voice rang out again. However, his voice made even more people puzzled. After all, Lin Ling did not fall outside the martial stage. Rather, the martial stage was broken, so that was why he was flying in the sky. I've lost. Then Bai Yunfei has also lost. He has also fallen outside the martial stage. Lin Ling looked coldly at the sky. This bald donkey was scheming against him again. Moreover, he had a look of justice on his face. Extremely shameless. Although Bai Yunfei has fallen outside the martial stage, he was the attacker before. You used your agility martial arts to continuously avoid his attacks. This is considered as refusing to fight. Therefore, once the martial stage is broken, you've lost. Elder Shengde said indifferently again. Using agility martial arts to avoid attacks means I've lost? Could it be that martial artists can only fight force with force? Bald donkey, are you really the referee? Lin Ling said coldly. His words caused many people to nod their heads. When martial artists fought, it was impossible to blindly fight force with force. Among them, agility martial arts or defensive martial arts could be used to avoid the opponent's sharp attacks and go around to fight again. Or they could exhaust the opponent's aura and then turn defeat into victory. These were all fighting methods. However, Elder Shengde said that Lin Ling had to face Bai Yunfei's attacks head-on. Otherwise he would lose. This statement was obviously not convincing at all. Elder Shengde, don't make a fool of yourself. Although the martial stage has been broken, the outcome has not yet been decided. At this moment the ghost marshal's voice rang out, causing Elder Shengde's eyes to reveal a cold light. He wanted to take this opportunity to frame Lin Ling, but now he had obviously failed. Blindly running away will not determine the outcome, unless you receive a thunderous attack. Elder Shengde indifferently said a sentence. So unreasonable. Yes. Hearing those words, the crowd let out sounds of contempt. Was this forcing Lin Ling to meet force with force? But Bai Yunfei had a fierce innate lightning spiritual body. How could he meet force with force? Ugly, but do you really think I'm afraid of him? Yes. Chapter 390. Bai Yunfei deserved the title of genius. The corners of Bai Yunfei's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Ling's voice rang out. Do you think your lightning is very fierce, so I could only dodge it before? Correct. You have no other way to deal with it besides running away. Bai Yunfei nodded. A 9th grade astral body and complete concept of lightning. No wonder you're so arrogant. Fine, I won't dodge. Let's see if your lightning or my fire is stronger. Boom! Lin Ling raised the sword in his right hand. With a boom, blue flames blossomed on the sword, followed by white flames and finally a green flame. 3 flames? Boom! Many people's eyes focused. That move seemed to be the move Lin Ling used on the battlefield of blood and slaughter. Obviously, many people recognized that move. Only when Lin Ling used it in the blood-colored clouds, no one could see the power of that move. Very weak fire. Disgraceful. Boom! Staring at the flames blossoming on the sword, Bai Yunfei shook his head disdainfully. The spear in his hand struck the thunder drum behind him. Rumble! The 3 thunder drums vibrated. A thunderbird, a thunderbeast, and a thunderdragon came out with a boom. Last time you took my spear. This time you'll pay me back. 3,000 thunder whirled. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a deafening sound reverberated across the horizon. A terrifying power of thunder bloomed. The lightning spear in your hand is very good. It belongs to me. Fire technique of the generation, 3 flames prairie fire. Boom! Suddenly grasping the black sword with both hands, Lin Ling looked at the world of lightning in front of him and slashed out. Lightning devastation. Obliterate. Boom! Bai Yunfei's cold voice rang out again. He pointed his spear and the power of lightning swept out. It unexpectedly turned into a huge halberd of lightning and shot mightily at Lin Ling. Get back! Boom! Lin Ling let out a low roar and slashed out with the tri-fire sword. It seemed to release the power of a volcano, and when it collided with the lightning halberd, there was a cracking sound and the lightning halberd was cut in half. Like the glow of the sunset, the endless flames flew towards Bai Yunfei. At this moment, the sky turned into a world of thunder and fire. This vast and magnificent scene caused countless people to hold their breaths. What? Bai Yunfei's eyes narrowed. His 3,000 thunder barrier wasn't able to stop Lin Ling's fire. What was going on? Boom! As the flames drew closer and closer, Bai Yunfei began to feel a sense of dread. Looking closer, Bai Yunfei realized that there was a type of demonic fire that didn't seem to exist in this world. That seemed to be an innate spiritual body that surpassed the 9th grade. Could it be that Lin Ling had 3 innate spirit bodies? This shocking thought rose up in his heart, but it was too late. The flames enveloped him and submerged him. He didn't even have time to make a sound before everything was burned into nothingness. At this moment he finally understood just how terrifying Lin Ling's sword was on the battlefield of blood and slaughter. There was nothing it could not burn and nothing it could not cut. Boom! The flames in the sky exploded, and countless flames burned, as if 3 flames were burning the sky. Bai Yunfei had been burned to ashes in one move. Whoosh! An electrode spear fell from the sky, but it was caught by a hand and then put away. A calm voice floated out from the owner of the hand. Bai Yunfei, your spear, I want it. Silence! Silence! The entire Cloud Sea City was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Ling had won again. Everyone thought that Lin Ling was about to reach his limit, but every time, Lin Ling would surprise them. Lin Ling seemed to have no limit. Elder Shangda, can I be considered to have won now? In the silence, Lin Ling put away his sword and stood there. His handsome face was cold as he looked quietly at the sky. Everyone in Cloud Sea City came back to their senses and also looked at the sky. Previously, Elder Shangda said that Lin Ling didn't dare to meet Lin Ling head-on, so he judged that Lin Ling had lost. But now Lin Ling had used his absolute strength to slap Elder Shangda. So what if he didn't dodge? So what if he met force with force? At this moment, Elder Shangda's face was extremely ugly. He didn't expect that Lin Ling, who had just broken through to the heavenly spirit realm, would be so strong that he was almost invincible in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Speak, bald donkey. Speak, Lin Ling said coldly again. Elder Shangda wanted to frame him, so now he wanted Elder Shangda to admit it himself. You won. Elder Shangda's face was livid as he spoke with difficulty. Your voice is too low to hear. As the presiding judge, don't tell me you don't even dare to announce the winner? Lin Ling shouted again with an imposing manner. You! Elder Shangda's eyes were filled with anger, but with thousands of eyes looking at him, he could only speak in a low voice. Lin Ling won. His voice rushed out like the wind, making everyone's heart tremble fiercely. Lin Ling defeated Bai Yunfei and was ranked 12th among the geniuses. He was as dazzling as a comet. Next, it's your turn. Ignoring the shocked gazes around him, Lin Ling looked at the remaining geniuses and said, I admit defeat. I didn't make a move to kill your subordinates. I also didn't make a move, and I also admit defeat. The remaining geniuses looked deeply at Lin Ling, and words of helplessness came out from their mouths. Admit defeat? They were actually afraid of Lin Ling? Seeing this scene, Cloud Sea City became even more silent. At the beginning, everyone wanted to bully Lin Ling, but now everyone was afraid of Lin Ling. The title of genius was well deserved. Do you think admitting defeat is enough? Lin Ling said coldly. The sword in his hand slashed out, and several dazzling sword lights slashed towards the remaining geniuses. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent words came out. If you dare to block, it means you accept the challenge. What? The geniuses' pupils constricted. Lin Ling was very arrogant. He humiliated them in front of countless people. If they blocked his sword, it would be equivalent to accepting the challenge. To block or not to block? For the first time, the geniuses felt that time was passing very quickly, and their thoughts were too slow. Bang bang bang. In the end, none of them blocked Lin Ling's sword. It was equivalent to being humiliated by Lin Ling, and they spat out blood one after another. Now we admit defeat. Do you count? One of the geniuses said with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He knew that this was the only way to calm Lin Ling's anger. Lin Ling came for the life of his general, so they didn't dare to resist or be arrogant. Of course, the most important thing was that they were in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Not long ago, Lin Ling had easily defeated Bai Yunfei and stood at the peak of the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. So did they dare to fight? No, they didn't dare at all. In this case, it was better to admit defeat. Even if they were humiliated, they could only accept their fate. Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and finally fell on a young man with a cold face. Hung Tianxing, come out and fight. His voice was mighty, and it made the clouds in the sky ripple. This time, his sword was pointed at Hung Tianxing of the Heavenly Cord Temple. Come out and fight. The endless echoes shook the field, making countless people's hearts tremble. Was Lin Ling still as down and out as they imagined? His divine power was still the same as before. However, Hung Tianxing was a genius in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He wasn't comparable to the previous geniuses. At this moment on the fifth martial stage, Hung Tianxing stood quietly. The wind blew the hair on his forehead, revealing an extremely angry face. Chapter 391. Frivolous World. A 6th grade Heaven Spirit Origin Pill is indeed incredible. You are the youngest Heaven Spirit Realm genius in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, I am a mid-stage Heaven Spirit Realm expert. Don't you know your own limits? Cold. Hung Tianxing's cold voice floated out as he looked down at Lin Ling. Who doesn't know how to talk? You should take action. Just like you back then, you also said that you wanted to kill me. However, you retreated in fear of me in the Imperial Palace. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. You shut up. Shut up. Hung Tianxing's expression instantly turned ugly. Lin Ling's words were like opening his scar. He spoke coldly. Killing Bai Yunfei should be your limit. Unfortunately, Bai Yunfei is only ranked 12th while I am ranked 5th. You are simply not a match for me. All the Heaven Spirit Realm martial artists below me are all trash. Shut up. I have experienced the Sublime Cord Temple's nonsense. First there was Ingenzi, then there was the hypocritical elder Shangda, and now there is you. The degree of nonsense is truly unmatched. Shut up. Lin Ling's sarcastic words caused Hung Tianqing's confident eyes to congeal. The sinister look in his eyes became even more sinister. Kiki, a junior who just ascended to the heaven spirit realm, dares to challenge your prestige. It seems like your prestige is getting weaker. Shut up. Right at this moment, a soft laughter came from the sky. When he looked up, he saw a handsome young man with arms crossed on the fourth martial stage floating in the sky. He was looking over indifferently. Who else could it be if it wasn't Li Xianxiao? Li Xianxiao was ranked first among the 30 genius generals. Therefore, his martial stage was even higher and more dazzling. Shut up, Li Xianxiao. Don't compare him to me. Hung Tianqing spoke coldly. This Li Xianxiao actually compared him to Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to him. He was a genius at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm, while Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. What right did Lin Ling have to be mentioned in the same breath as him? Upon hearing that, Li Xianxiao shrugged indifferently, but his gaze landed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling's gaze was similarly cold. Li Xianxiao, more than 50 of my generals died at your hands. You betrayed us. Yes, what of it? Li Xianxiao spread out his hands as if he was talking about something extremely ordinary. You'll regret it. Lin Ling's killing intent towards Li Xianxiao was even stronger than when he killed Hung Tianqing. Li Xianxiao smiled faintly. When kings fight for the throne, millions of corpses will fall. This is a principle that has never changed since ancient times. I assisted His Majesty, the third prince, in obtaining the commander token, so I naturally have to wipe out your subordinates. What's wrong with that? I was the one who gave up the command talisman. Lin Ling spoke indifferently, and it made many people throughout the city feel puzzled. The command talisman belonged to Lin Ling? That's right. The command talisman originally belonged to Lin Ling. But in order to compete fairly, Lin Ling placed the command talisman in the 100 Generals battle. However, Lin Ling never expected that some people would not compete fairly for the command talisman. At this moment, the Ghost Marshal's voice sounded. These words finally caused a huge wave to rise in Cloud Sea City. Lin Ling had handed over what belonged to him, and allowed everyone to compete fairly. However, who knew that the Crown Prince and the Third Prince would be ruthless and not compete fairly, but join forces to wipe them out? As for Li Xianxiao, he had even insidiously betrayed Lin Ling. These methods were indeed very ugly. Although it's said that the winner is king and the loser is a bandit, it's hard to imagine what kind of tyrannical methods they would use after becoming kings. The crowd discussed animatedly, causing the Crown Prince and the Third Prince's expressions to turn gloomy. Becoming kings was what everyone wanted, and they had won the hearts of the people and the world. But now the impression they gave people seemed to be curses. Li Xianxiao, the number 1 general, ugly. Another person in the crowd said, causing the high and mighty Li Xuanxiao's eyes to burn with rage. He had betrayed Lin Ling and deceived the second prince at the same time. Now, with a single sentence from Lin Ling, even more people felt ashamed of him. My blood cannot be spilled for nothing. Li Xianxiao, let's fight. Amidst the spirited discussions, Lin Ling's firm voice suddenly resounded. He raised his sword and pointed it at Li Xianxiao from afar, causing the hearts of everyone in Cloud Sea City to tremble violently. A terrifying guess arose in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to fight 2 generals at the same time? Your current opponent is Hung Tianqing. You don't have the qualifications to challenge me. Li Xianxiao frowned slightly. Let's fight together. Lin Ling's voice was unprecedentedly firm, and his indifferent voice was like the wind. As expected, he wanted to fight both Li Xianxiao and Hung Tianqing at the same time. Arrogant. Lin Ling was only 18 years old and was at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. However, for the sake of his fallen general, he was challenging 2 generals of the older generation at the same time. Moreover, both of them were experts at the mid-stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Lin Ling, how arrogant was he? Don't be too arrogant. Li Xianxiao and Hung Tianqing's expressions were ugly. This was a form of contempt and humiliation to them. I disdain to make a move. I will never join forces with others in my life. My pride will not allow me to bully you with others. Li Xianxiao shouted coldly as he walked back. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently, but since the other party didn't want to fight, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he pointed his sword at Hung Tianqing. Even if I don't fight you, you will fight me. So new grudges and old grudges will be settled with a battle. You make me very uncomfortable. You will die. Hung Tianqing's body emitted a golden light as an ancient Buddhist chant drifted out. Above his head, a huge golden eye appeared as if it was looking down on the world. A dazzling battle between geniuses had begun once again. Lin Ling is at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm, while Hung Tianqing is a genius general of the older generation who has reached the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. The difference in cultivation realm isn't something that can be made up for by a solid foundation. Can Lin Ling win? The martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, and the Snake Swamp Kingdom in the outer and inner city of the Cloud Sea City felt their blood boiling at this moment. Watching the genius Lin Ling's battle was undoubtedly very exciting. That youth had overcome all difficulties and blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Now he had challenged Hung Tianqing to the same height. The youth was only 18 years old, which was 6 years younger than Hung Tianqing. This was a newcomer challenging a genius of the older generation. The ruler of the Buddha kingdom looks down on the 9 heavens. Lin Ling, look over here. Right at this moment, a voice that was like the might of the heavens resounded and intimidated the entire Cloud Sea City. Looking up, there was a patch of golden light that was illuminated by Buddhist light and thousands of auspicious colors. It was like a kind and tranquil world. In that world, auspicious divine beasts were roaming around while green mountains and clear waters formed a beautiful scene. Inexplicably, many people were suddenly immersed in it. Do you want to die? Quickly guard your dantian. Right at this moment, an expert's shout resounded, causing many people to wake up. Soon after, everyone's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Hung Tianqing's methods were truly terrifying. He actually affected thousands of martial artists. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.